We don't want to be later than the way we are. I'm going to request the technician that other side to ensure that on the screen, it shouldn't be the program director who will be appearing. We'll request that the sign language interpreter be the one who will be reflected there. Are we okay? We just want to deal with all the house rules to ensure that by the time we start, no one will be left behind.
Sign language person.
But when?
No.
Do it
Just
now.
busy fixing it.
Fixing it. Okay, fix it. It's fine. The sign language interpreter will also reflect there so that there could be a proper following of the deliberations for today. We are not going to start. We are about to start, but we just want to ensure that everything is in order. I can say ona o ya ka di tsamaiso tsa rona mona ke puo efe e le feelang comfortable ka yone hore ka tsamaisa dipuisano ka yone hoba ha o sana la puo e fetang tse dingwe di languages tsa rona kaofela di a lekana le the 12th one ra tseba ya rona the 12th language le yone e tlo sebediswa ka mona ba re mpa fela re batla ho etsa hore kana go re qalang ka yone se ka ba le mathatanyana re na le motho sa utlwing Sesotho ka mona. Is there anyone who doesn't understand any vernacular in the form of Sesotho? Are we all comfortable? Ke kopa le relaxem ke mokete wa lona ona ke kopano ya lona mona ska la tshoa re kopa le phuthulweng are in the court of law mona mo ka reng ha o etsa phoso o tla bo sona le mapolisa to leng ka mo ke tsatsi la lona mona re batla le tlo bua le phuthuluwa ska ba la tsoa ke tlo kopa pele re qala re batla o checka fela rona di system tsa rona di hantle mona re na le di interpreters tse fapaneng mona interpreter ya pele ke ya sign language bana ba itse ba tla hlahisa mona ke one ntse batho ba di technician ntse ba ilukisa hore a kgone ho hla mono batho ba ba ihlokang ba kgone ho followa re na le batho ba ireng ha o tlo bua sekgowa motho o tla ba bua mo platformong a bua English ha ile ona le batho ba sa tsebeng English ha kalo kapa ba sa batho mamela English hona le interpretation ya Sesotho le ya Afrikaans ha ebe no na le motho o tla ba bua Afrikaans hona le interpretation ya Sesotho le ya English ha ona le motho o buang Sesotho na le batho ba tla mamela puo tse ding o tla khona ho mamela ka Afrikaans jwalo ho ska ba le motho a sallang morao ke ka mone ke batla ho tseba hore na hoba re na le batho ba tlo etsang mona ba tla re thusang hore re na le re le file di gadgets mona tse etsang hore ke na le di station tsa teng ha o batla ho mamela ka puo itseng e leng ho mohlomo motho o mo flurung ha e sebedisa ha o utlwisisi o gona ho kena ka yona ha ke ra utlwana kaofela rona re tlo bua ha ona le motho o tshwantsa tlo bua o tla bua mo a dutseng teng di mic tsena kaofela di a sebetsa empa hore re di test go di a sebetsa ke tlo kopa re tlo bua le nako ho re introduce purpose ya teng fela ko bona ona ke sa taba ya rona mme e hole ntate ditlhakanyana ke kopa wa temele o tlo thusa mme atamela o tlo thusa mme o tla imisa letso motho o mollo mong o batlang thuso re na le batho ba legislation mona ba sebetsang ke bana ba bang ke bana ba dutseng ka morao ba bang ke bana ba dutse hodimo ha ona le thuso e nngwe le engwe e hlokang emisa fela letso o tla wena tlo kgona ho thusa hoba re batla ditsamaiso tsa rona di tsame hantle engwe hape re tlo kopa ka nako re se re qala ka dipuisano tsa rona ha ona le re na le mekgatlo e tlileng ho bua mona e se na le batho ba kgethileng hore be bona ba tlo bua empa ha ona le ke ne ke kopa o time mic wa no ha o ntate re tla ka di introduction ntate o dutsing wa bobedi a o time thank you itimile kaofela it's fine so ha ona le thuso engwe le engwe le tla e hlokang batho ba sign language interpreter a le bona ha le mane kapo me ha re lokisa it's fine re batla kana go re qalang ka yone motho mo le mong a ba phuthuluhile a le hantle a ska salla morao le motho ya batlang ho bua o tla phamisa fela letso then re tla be re le teng re khona ho mothusa hore a khone ho fumana sebaka sa hore a bue ha re batle ntho a ne etsahalang ke re mona ke parliament ya lona ha se parliament ya bana ba nkileng kanwa ke re la itseba ya ne hole ya point of order and what ha ke na matla a di point of order speaker ke ena la matla di point of order a ina hanka di mawona itse ano ka tshwara ke aka ha ke na wa ka di o ka di mawona so re tlo kopa re sebedisaneng ha monate hantle ha re le ke go confirma gona di organization tse kgethuweng kaofela mona di teng hore ha o sena e teng mona kana go re buang re khono e feta fela tseba ke re jwale re tlo hla mo di live streaming ha re batho ba kantle ba hlaile ka re ne re se organized so ha ona le mokgatlo tla bolisiwa tla bolela o ka ba tla lata re khono ba khutisetsa morao mokgatlo wa pele go na le ngone kwa disabled people of South Africa e kgethileng ntate Nyembe go ba ene se buisa sa ona e ka bo teng ntate Nyembe o amoetse ntate be re ba le mokgatlo wa rona wa Free State Albinism Society o kgethile o tlo emelwang ke ntate Tole ona le teng mona kupile re ba ise fasinyana ona le ntho fela ilong ilokisa ha o ka etsa la ska ba teng kana go re bitsang dibitso la hae hona le mo aka imang boemo ba hae mokgatlo o teng ona ke o teng mokgatlo re tla fitla ho yona hona le wa Free State Deaf Association ke o ba kgethileng ntate Mofokeng bana ba teng o bona bile bone ba proud ba imisa kaofela full house Free State Performing Arts e long e emetse ke ntate Chabala e teng ha iso fihla re tlo mo fine tlo rekela lunch kaofela ntate Chabala ga mo fine and then re na le Blind South Africa ha ina motho ona kgethuwa tlo bua ka ba bone ba teng okay ha ba yo le bona be re na le Tebollo Blind Association ha ina motho le ene na kgethilwe ka re ta e feta le ona ayo ke Tebollo and then be re na le Disabled Children Action Group e ka ba iteng e ne kgethile ntate Toli e teng okay ayo ka mona ke kopa o mo tshware fela a be haufi go ba re ba tekana go re buang re batla bo se bui be le gore jwale ke gona re se batla be re nna le mokgatlo wa dyslexia ke ama ke tse jwa dyslexia ke metchwin o teng ke bona le dibitso le kapo mabitso ana tshwana le o mong hape metchwin a ngwetse ka o tshwana wa autism o teng hobane le latelana difane ne di shota ka pole metswalle ke bana ba motho la tsebana ke makoti le moradi o na la kopantshitseng di-family tse pedi tse be re na le Entrepreneurs Disability Forum ke Ntate Ntombe e ka ba o teng ha ke mmone empa ha ona mokgatlo o batlang ho bela ka thoko hona le ba bang ba ba registerileng late e be lo ha ba kinywa mo programming kapa ba utlwetse ka kopano ena hoseng ba re hobane ke ya bona le bona ba batla ho ba teng ba ne ba batla re ba kenya ha ona mokgatlo o batlang ho siya ka morao speaker ka nteleka ka sa nkisa le DC ha ona mokgatlo o sa kena okay no taba tsa bona di tsamaya hantle pele re tsena mo programming ya rona ke Ntate Chabalala fela re ka re tla mo emela o itseng wa batho ke Ntate man Ntate Toli ke Ntate Toli fela re tla mo emela pele re qala no ke nahana jwale re se re le hantle ntho ya hore teste di mics re introduce ke nahana le yona re ka e sebedisa hobane re tlo ba le record ya letsatsi re na le batho ba rekotang session ena ya rona ena so re tlo ba le yona record eo so re batla la re kena mo attendance register be re tseba hore na ke bo mang batho ba ne ba le teng empa before ke ya ho lona kapa ke tla qetella ka baetapele ke ne ke tlo kopa re tlo introduceang one by one motho a ba hlalose ona o hla mokgatlong ofe ke tla qala ka ke qale ka letsohong la ka la molema ke qala ka wena o pressa Ntate Tjantji a go thuse fela o bo so matha fela ba sa kgone ho tseba ba pressa kae o bo pressa ona mono pressitse teng ona le ke kopa o tla pressa mic ka nako wena o tshwantse o bue ka ona se ka o pressa in advance ne kopa re o time ya ne re kopa mme a time thank you
dumelang ke mme Masete Kebere go tswa Thabo Telkom mokgatlong wa Bloemfontein Development Center for Disabled.
ke kopa pele o bua Ntate kapo ke mme e ka re le kwatile ha le dumediswa ha le dumedise le kwatetse mang le kwatetse mang kutla o tlo go dumelang ka o fela lona le thotse ke kopana lona ena tshwantse le shaile dankie ele buile mama ha atamele o sebetsang fela o na le wa bona ke ntho ene ke ibotse ka sa batle ka nako o buang o bona le mathata
A very good morning to today's members of provincial legislation who are people with disabilities. My name is Ezekiel Gadi. I'm the disability coordinator in the Bloemfontein district municipality in the office of the executive mayor. Thank you.
Also Bohle Family Kalitso Kina Albert Selina Game. I'm from Free State Deaf Association. I'm also a member at that organization. Also Kafela. Honorable Speaker, Khotso, Chairperson Khotso Lwena, Isolafeki Alcina, Mufokeng, Kizomukhatoma Debsa, I'm the social auxiliary worker. Kyalipo.
Khotso, ke Thandi Jacobs from PSA.
Kan itu Alisa Sumputu from Dyslexia 101.
Dumelang kaofela. Kali ke di participate mona Bloemfontein Albinism Society of South Africa organization. Thank you. Disability disability. My name is Rahman Mohola. I'm from Tumurogi Hedaman Kamahano Blind Association.
From the PSA.
Imam Sam Training of the Department of Social Development. Hotom, Saraka Kimanaga, particularly Lena Kitom Hakamona Free State Deaf Association.
Ke a leboha.
Back.
Manta, Manta, Viva DPC, Viva, Viva DKK, Viva. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bloemfontein. I'm the provincial chairperson of DC Regional Selection Committee. Thank you.
Re lebohile haholo ke kgola hore ha ona mokgatlo go betseng ka moka thoko but ke tlile go na le engwe ntse ipolela I think they fall under the mother body or ba tlile mona fela as the observer ke tlile na le office e tswang municipality ke tlile na le mokgatlo tswang bo phumulo o tswang bo Velkom le lona ha la kena mo program le hantla ke re mo lebenteng ke lebohile. Thank you. Jwale re kana ga qalang jwale ka kopano ya rona ya letsatsi. Kaofela lona le amohetswe. Batho kaofela ba ba sa ihlalosa mona ke di officially ka morao ka mone ke nana ke batho ba ntse ba tsamaya le lona ba ba lefeleditseng ba bang ke ba tlileng go tla o atlaetsa mokete wa rona. Deliberately so hona le ba etapele ba dikupileng go bona ba ska ba introduce. Molao ha o ba dumelle re be bona ba introduceang hona le protocol e re followang mo re sebetsang teng e tla nna ka nako e re ba bitsang ka yone re tla kgona ho ba hlalosa go ke bomang. Re lebohile haholo ba teng a lona re lekile hore re etse di ground rules ho mokete wa rona o tsamaya hantle ntle le tshitiso e fika ba efe kaofela nna le lokollotswe gore le phuthulwe mona ke lapeng ke ha lona ska la ba la tshoa ke ga o le ha ha wa tshoe wa tseba le melamo ya o e beile ka yone ha se ra ska kena so yena ke kopano ya lona ba etapele ba re ba memileng ba tlile go lona mokete kwa lona pele re tlo qala ka mosebetsi wa rona re tla kopa mme bishop wa rona Matsoso ebe yena tlo re memelang ga Masedi ebe yena tlo atlaisa mosebetsi ona wa rona ka thapelo ga tseba ona le remote secular state I mean hona le batho ba bang ba na le ditumelo tsa bone tse fapafapaneng ke bone le tsole eme mono ne ke botsa nkana ka o fa sebaka ke a lebo a ke tlo tla mo thank you ke lebohile haholo thank you lebitso la me ke Lazimo Kgotsi ke o mong wa o mo boetapele ke management wa legislature mosebetsi wa ka ke director ya legislation and oversight ke gona re etsang go dikopano tsa mo Free State legislature di etsagale ka tsela e tshwantse di etsagale ka teng dikopano tsa di-committee ke gona re thusang di-membera ka di-minutes di-report jalo jalo ka bokhutswanyane ene ke nana program director ha important batho ba important ke lona ke le wila haholo thank you Matata
o halelehile modimo wa makgotla hayo ya tshwana le wena ka kgalalelo modimo wa rona re batho re tshwana le batho bohle sebe sa rona se pela rona ka mehla o ile wa netefatsa taba tsena modimo wa rona hore wena o modimo ya mohau ke ka ho o ile wa bua lentswe le reng ya reng hana sebe wa ithetsa ntate re kene sebakeng sena modimo wa rona menahano ya rona e sa tshwane empa re a dumela hore lefatshe la hao modimo le kenetswe ke moya o ditshila kwanyane ntle re se re phelela rona re lebetse thomo ya hao tlo moya wa nnete wa tjheseho kena dipelong tsa batho tse batang re ikopela fela tlo ditukise ka lerato hopola lefatshe la bontata rona modimo le utlwele bohloko konyane ntle haebe ke rona re sitilweng re dumelle re o seke wa re isa melekong re lwanele ho ye mobe lebaka le leng fela ke hobane mmuso bona kwa hao le matla le kganya jalo ka o sa feleng a kereke ya modimo re amen.
Re leboetse thapelo ya bishopo ya rona modimo teng ka hara rona re kgola hore tsamaiso ya rona ya letsatsi tlo tsamaya ka mokgwa o no re batla ka teng re tlo confirma program fela ya letsatsi di delegates kaofela di hlalositse hore ke bo mang ba tswa kae re ba amohetse kaofela mme wa rona bishop re buletse ka thapelo hona le batho ba bararo ba ne ke batla ke ba introduce ho lona bishop se le mmone re na le mme Mamosa Motshweni o tswa lefapheng la social development mme ke director ya special needs o tlo mamela ditaba tse tlo di bua o tla ba le mantsonyana mabedi a mararo ka mora a utlwe ditaba tsa lona hore bone jwalo ka lefapha remarks tsa bone ke eng mo presentation tse tla be le dientse re na le setho sa rona se hlomphehang sa lekgotla la ketsa molao e leng Tate Mokwena ke ne ke tla kopa fela me matsoso ne ke kopa fela eme ka maoto ba khona ho bona bishop a rona ke o le mone ya kana and then re kope mme Motshweni o tswa lefapheng la social development jwale ke tlo ke introduce setho sa rona se hlomphehang e leng Tate Mokwena ke member wa rona wa legislature ne ke tla kopa ntate eme ntate ke ene a tlo etsang fela vote of thanks ha re se re qetile mona so le ene tlo le mamela hantle e re ha kwala mosebetsi wa rona a ba khona wa karetsa ntho tse le di buileng mo re be le mme wa rona e leng speaker sa rona sa Free State Legislature mme Sefuba mme Zanele Sefuba go ba eme ka mo mme Sefuba jwalo ka ile speaker a kerela tseba South Africa ina le di provinces tse 9 jwale mo provinces tse 9 tseo engwe le engwe province ina le speaker legislature ya teng jwale motho ya okametseng legislature ha o bua ka ntho tsa legislature ka ntho tsa parliament ya Free State mme Sefuba ke ene moetapele wa institution ye bo premier ha ba tlile mo kopanong le matona ba tlile mo kopanong ya legislature kaofela bone ba ka motlasa tsamaiso ya speaker sa rona e leng mme Sefuba jwale kopano ena ya rona ena ke engwe ya ntho tse welang boikarabelong ba hae jwalo ka speaker ho etsa bonnete ba hore o kopanya setjhaba ho ya ka dihloko tse bana le tsona kaofela hore ha o etsa melao e etswang mo provinceng ya rona dihloko tsa lona le lona di ba teng mo melao yeno e tshwantse etsahale dikopo tsa lona kaofela ke ena a tshwantse etse bo shoba hore dintho tsena kaofela wa di akaretsa mo tsamaisong ya legislature hore mafapha ha ba sebetsa a kgone ho bona gona ba etsa dintho kaofela tse tshwantse di etsale ho ya ka mekgatlo e leng teng kaofela mo provinceng ya rona. So ke ene mme wa rona o na le boikarabelo ba mosebetsi ona. So ke setlamo sa se entseng le mokgatlo a bilongwang wona wa forum ya di-speaker hore selemo se seng le se seng ho tla nna le kopano e tshwanang le ena hore kgone ho bona gona dintho tse leng la di hloka di a ananelwa na ke batho ba executive ha ile go ba implementa dintho tse ba tshwanetse ba di etsa go etsa go bophelo ba lona bo ntlafale jwalo ka maphelo a batho ba bang. A ke ra tseba kaofela mo re tswang teng kgethollo e ne tla ka mofuta e fapafapaneng. Jwale nako e re le mo yona mona ha o sana nako ya kgethollo, empa mokgatlo o mong le o mong o dumelletswe ho ya ka ditlhoko tsa bona go ba ka ikopanya hore ha ba kgona ho isa ditlhoko tsa bona ko mmusong ba kgone ba hodisa e le a collective hona le batho ba e le ka bong hoba ha le lwana ntwa le le bang ha le kgone ho fihlella ntho engwe le engwe le batla. Jwale ke bone boikarabelo ba mme Sefuba sa hore a etse bo shoba hore dintho tse le di hlokang di a etsahala ka tsela e leng hore mmuso kgona ho di etsa hore ba arabele ditlhoko tsa lona. So ke ena tlo etsang a keynote address a kgone ho hlalosa ona ho bua kae boitlamo ba bo etsang keng boemong ba lekgotla la ketsamolao. Jwale e tla nna tsela e program ya rona e tlo tsamayang ka yona, and then le lona kaofela ho ya ka mokgwa le dumelaneng ka teng mokgatlo o mong le o mong tlo ba le sebaka sa ona hore ba bue ho ya ka tsamaiso. Ho ne ho itse mokgatlo o mong le o mong ha o tlo bua mona o tlo fuwa fela metsotso e 5. Empa ke kgole mme Sefuba o tla batla hore re dule 5 eng o kana wa feta fela ka 1 empa ska bua nako e telele le hore ha o utlwe na o hisa kae. Ha ona le ditaba re tlo mamela hantle, ha ke na o stopa hore o tlwele ho bua, empa ha re yeng ko tabeng e re tlileng ka yone hore dintho tsa lona kaofela re kgona go di ananela. Re na le batho ba ba leng teng mona ba ileng describe e leng di-secretary tsa kopano ena ba tlo ngolang report ya letsatsi lena le le kasheko, and then report eno e tlo ya ho mme Sefuba ile speaker sa rona a e check gona ke nnete dintho tse ngotsweng mono di tsamaelana le dipuisano di tsamaile mona le setlamo se re tabeng re se etsa re le lekgotla la ketsamolao na e tlabe le sefe. Ha qeta report eno o tlo e fa batho ba executive ho ba kgona ho tla o arabela hore na ke eng dintho tse e leng gore lona la di hloka ba tshwantse ba ile ho di etsa. So o tla ba le ntho e jwalo, and then re kgona ho tla ho reporta back ho lona gona di-reporto tseno ke eng se ba entseng ka sona. Jwale mme Sefuba tlo etsa jwalo. Ne re ratile tsatsing lena la kasheko be re na le setho sa social member ya executive ya social development mme Qabathi ke kgola hore tshebetsong ya lona le atle le kopane le ena, empa ka baka la hore ha so re ka baka la dintho tse hlahang mo province mona tse etsang hore di tshintse diprograma tsa bona ka bo madimabe ha tlo kgona ho ba le rona mona. Ke ka mo a kupileng hore mme Motshweneng a be teng a tlo kgona ho mamela hore a kgone ho mo hlalosetsa hore na ho etsahetseng tsatsing lena. Le tona kgolo ya rona mme Mantombela le ne ratile hore a be teng, ona batlile le ena hore a be teng, empa ka baka la ntho tse hlahileng ha kgona ho tla, empa mme speaker jwalo ka le teng mona ntho engwe le engwe e le tlabele e le hore ke yena tshwantsa batho e bua o tla leka hore mo puong ya hae ho lona a leke go hlalosa hantle hobane mmuso wa rona la o tsona le mafapa fapaneng re ntse re sebeletsa goal A1 kaofela rona a o ntjhafatsa maphelo a batho ba rona. Jwale mme Sefuba o tla etsa hore dintho tse bo premier le mme Qabathi bana ba tlilo tshwantse o tlo di bua le lona ka tsona o tla leka hore a leke go di kenya mo speech sa hae hobane ba sebetsa kaofela ba tseba go mmuso o ya kae, ba tseba go na ke ntho e tshwantse e etsang. Just keep on indicating. Yeah, no, it's fine. And that but the technician, just ensure that we don't lose the reflection there because it's very important. That's why Niki's program director is not important to appear there. It's fine. Jwale re tlo qala hantle he ka mosebetsi wa rona re tla kopa mme Florence Letswalo ebe ena tla starta mosebetsi wa rona ka mantswe a o le amohela hantle boemong ba DPSA. Ha qeta mono ke kgola go tseba speaker re ha mo introduce ka tsela e rona re tsebang protocol e tsamaya ka yona. Ke kgola ba o briefile hantle go speaker introduce jwa ntate Janti ne ke kopa o thuse mme fela a kgone ho etsa mosebetsi wa hao. Ke wena ke o etsa mosebetsi. Dankie. Ho na le batho ba tlileng mona ka baka la transport ha ba fihla ka nako. Ho te ke ba tswang ko ke Thabong Futsanyana. Ba kae ke ba bone. O ke bona ba kena. O re tla ba amohela se ba fihlile. Me Letswalo, the stage is yours or the platform is yours. Ba fe hlompho e ba tshwanela. Ba fe hlompho e ba tshwanela.
In the trade union for over 15 years. She also had a number of positions in South African Democratic Teachers Union and also served as a deputy chairperson of COSATU. She also served as a chairperson of the Free State Safety and Security Sector Bargaining Chamber. Honorable members, I present to you Messi Fuba.
Honorable Speaker, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Program Director Nadine Kotsi. And thank you, Mayor Florence. This is a very important day. In your introduction, you talked about my activism as a trade unionist. Maybe just to say, the reason I decided to join the trade union and participate the way I did, I've always been a person who wants to fight for justice and unfairness, that all must be equal before the law. All must be treated the same. That is what we should all strive for as South Africans. And before the eyes of the Lord and before the eyes of the law, we are equal as people. Thank you very much for that, honorable member. Thank you. Let me honor our member of the legislature, acknowledge him, Honorable Mokoena, let me also acknowledge all our delegates, our guests of honor today. This day is indeed about you, and also greetings to the staff of the legislature who are helping us here today to make sure that this day is a success. Indeed, we did make a commitment that we cannot have this month pass without the Free State Legislature doing something in honor and acknowledging and also helping this sector to have a voice in our government. That is why we took that decision. And indeed, it is a great honor for me to be opening this historic session of the Free State Disability Parliament 2022. The theme for this year is removing barriers to create an inclusive and accessible society for all, as per the United Nations Proclamation. This theme reflects the deep-seated challenges faced by people living with disabilities in the world and in our country. Chapter 2 of our country's constitution makes provision for the Bill of Rights, in which is regarded as the cornerstone of our democracy. The Bill of Rights is the constitutional protection of the rights of all, including people living with disability. It protects these rights by affirming the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. For the purpose of this Free State Provincial Disability Parliament 2022, the adopted theme is transformative solutions for inclusive development, the role of innovation in fueling an accessible and equitable world. 9 years ago, the South African government approved November month as the Disability Right Awareness Month and the 3rd of December as the National Day of Persons with Disabilities. The question of disability is one that will always remain with us, therefore requires of us to always look beyond policy and legislation for solutions. Among the participants, we have youth with disabilities, students with disabilities, adults with disabilities, entrepreneurs with disabilities, all persons with disabilities, parents and caregivers, and professionals. This is indeed an indication of our effort to make this session of the 2022 Disability Parliament a truly inclusive one. In terms of our constitutional mandate, the provincial legislature is required to ensure the development and passing of legislation and to ensure that the views of members of the public are taken into consideration through a reliable public participation process. Events such as this one are very essential in ensuring that the provincial legislature goes beyond established mechanisms such as a public hearing, committee hearings, and/or site visits to collect public inputs. Furthermore, the provincial legislature is required to play an oversight and ensure accountability that the provincial administration does what it set out to do for people with disability. It is important for us to maintain consistency in this regard in order to protect and promote the rights enshrined in the Constitution. Program Director, our aim is to try and inculcate through this platform a politically active disability sector that takes charge of its future, buttressed by its own mantra: nothing for us, without us. By this, we hope to achieve a completely safe space where everyone values the involvement of people with disability in public life as well as in electoral processes. The activism of people with disability will go a long way towards the achievement of a sustainable development goal of eliminating discriminatory laws, policies, and practices. I was looking at what we couldn't do in Ntate and what we're supposed to do. We did talk about it with the secretary to say, the secretariat, we don't think we have that space, the allocation or the provision, hore batho ba disabled, hore ba dula jwang in our desk. It is something that we have talked about, and it is something that we must correct, so that when they come to this house, because the society has the right to elect whoever they want to elect. So that person, if they are disabled, they must be able to feel comfortable and feel catered in this very own house of the public, because the legislature, this house, is the house that belongs to the people of the Free State. So by this, we need to decisively target the over 5% of our disabled population to make them benefit from the same services and opportunities received by others. Ladies and gentlemen, pertinent to an array of legislative and policy considerations, this Parliament seeks to address is the following key objectives. The first one, the implementation of policies, programs, and legislation that seeks to improve the quality of life of persons with disabilities. The second one, ways to engage on platforms to explore innovative ways and means by which barriers to the inclusion of persons with disabilities and their families can be broken down. As I've just said, on our side, we identify our weakness more iling teng and a king setwansing resiete hulukisa buemo bo, and many other things eritwansing ridishebe in our institution. At the end of this session, we should be at the superior position, armed with some well thought of declaration that can help to pursue various institutions to commit to these objectives. We need to pursue programs that seek to incentivize efforts in the disability stream for properly run disabled people organizations. This can only mean that institutions, by their own accord, will find ways and means by which processes and procedures are eased to accommodate people with disabilities. These are kinds of transformative solutions required for inclusive development. We intend to build stronger relations with public organizations and government institutions focused on tangible and realistic commitments. We hope to achieve a united front. Against discrimination against people with disability. In the end, our efforts should impact all sectors such as education, health, finance, sports, and so on. In many occasions, we have been spoiled with the opportunity of experiencing some of the greatest Paralympians emerging out of our country into the world stage. Many of them have achieved accomplishments that many of us considered to be able, many of you considered to be able are unable to achieve. Lately, we have witnessed the stupendous reach of human strength by Luzerne Kutse, the Free State blind runner who has won silver and bronze medals at Paralympics in Tokyo in 2021. The many advances that people living with disabilities make on a daily basis, domestically and internationally, should not limit our enthusiasm towards helping our unyielding mentality to construct our society that guarantees a good quality of life for all South Africans. And it should be clear in the way we treat people with disability. To be able to achieve all what we envisage, we need to make a clear call to all social partners to work together towards growing the economy. We need to identify ourselves as strategically positioned towards enhancing a national task towards the mobilization of required resources from all key sectors of the economy. Without a growing economy, we cannot afford to make every man, woman, and child realize their full potential. That is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few words indeed, I wish to welcome you to the Free State Provincial Disability Parliament. Please feel free to engage and share your experiences with us. Where possible, please make use of references into relevant legislations for which reviews may be necessary so that we can be able, as Date Mokgotsi said, to be able to see how best we can then get into that work as the legislature. It is our duty to ensure that the impact of legislation in the lives of our people is positive and that inferior sections are removed from our statutes. Once again, thank you very much for lending me your ears, and I wish you a fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. South Africa before 1994, go ne le slogan se go ne go tsamaiwa ka shone batho ba re ba batla government of the people, for the people, by the people. That's all polams. Ska ba ba le only few batho ba ba itseng fela ba mmala o itseng e ba bone fela ba enjoyang di benefits tsa mo South Africa. Lo ga uwa dikgetong ha ebe batho ba nkang qeto gona ba batla ho buswa ke bomang ke la e hopola jwale speaker le ene o bua le lona o buile ka the normal mantra e ntse bua ho teng, nothing for us without us. A ke re jwale but speaker ene why extend, because jwale a ke re dula re evolve bophelo ba rona ba e master. Speaker, now tomorrow from today you must start saying nothing for us, without us, by us. I understand. Spectators. It must be by us. With and for. Even if it by us. Speaker. Ka mantswana monate a bulang kopano ya rona ya letsatsi jwale re tlo kena mosebetsing wa rona wa go jwale re tlo utlwa banga ba mosebetsi hore na bone ba re Date Nyembe ke tlo kopa tshwarelo fela hona le di engagement tse dintse batho ba rona bana le tsona ho nona le ntate Chabalala o hla mokgatlong wa Free State Performing Arts ona gona le kopano jwale nako ya hae se le nyanyana ona kopa be ena qala jwale di kopa ho wena fela hore re mo dumelle be ena qala se buisa gona sa pele sa letsatsi e tla nna ntate Chabalala ho tswa mokgatlong wa Free State Performing Art, hardly able to come to this podium akatla ha ile o batla ho bua from mo a leng teng a kana bua mo a leng teng. Ntate Shabala o kae? O ebile re kolota lunch ke ena re kolota lunch a kere ya ntate Shabala le re kolota lunch ya re tlo ja monate tsatsing lena re tlo ja monate ha o qeta hore wa kwala o bo se sia tjhelete mo ke nna ke tla ile ho di reka dijo se. Thank you ntate Shabala.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, and our guest, Honorable Speaker, re bat ba qhwadileng a re se fumane tokolo nna ke tla re ke fumane tokolo mhlang re na le sei hodima di programs tsa rona tsa disability e seng re etsetswe diqeto ka di programs tsa disability ke batho ba sena disability. Honorable Speaker, mo ka sheba the whole South Africa, Free State ke yona number 1 ka the numbers for disability. Empa mo sheba marital development re morao. Honorable Speaker, mo ka sheba haholo ke tla bua ka education. Mo ka sheba 90% ya bana ba rona ba na le disability aba kgone qeta sekolong o ya ka di disability tsa rona tse arohaneng. Empa mo sheba bana bao ba na le bokgoni ba ka kgona ho etsa ntho engwe le engwe e kgonang ho etswa ke ngwana o mong le mong. Me re sheba dinaheng tsa kantle bo UK but ba na le disability ba iketsetsa ntho e nngwe le nngwe and haholo ba kgona ho ntshetsa bophelo ba bona ka development. Mo sheba haholo ho education man ngwana ma qala ya preschool mana le disability sa bantse ba msheba re ngwana yona the talent ya hae ke efe mantsa a hola antsa le sekolong sa ba mkhuthaletsa ho ya ka the talent ya hae mane o fitlang teng ka hore kelelo ya hae ya fella a sa khona o tswela pele ka thuto bana se kaofela re ka kgona hore re qete sekolong re fihle mane ho grade 12 ngwana yo sa ba monka ba montshetsa pele ka talent ana le yona ke hona o bonang hore ba kgona hore hlola motla tabeng tsa art and sports and ke tsona ntho ba jang ka tsona haholo ba philang ka tsona ba ntshetsang bophelo ba bona ka tsona. Mo sheba marital sportsing mo sheba sports ba bapala di sporting code tse kaofela tse kgonang ho bapalwa ke batho ba sa qhwalang. Rona South Africa mona re a limitwa e re ketse mhlala ka batho ba sa boneng ba tsebala fela ka goal ball empa ba kgona ho bapala di sporting code tse kaofela kore re ntse re limit marital hape ho art in general rona batho ba na le disability ra excela ka art. Madam Speaker eo ke shoka yona re ka kgona hore re tshintse boemo re ka kgona hore re turn art to business hobane re fiwe haholo ka mosebetsi wa matsoho kona jwana me re fiwe ka mosebetsi wa matsoho a re fi opportunity ya hore ebe rona ba leadang seo e re na le sona kona o tholang hore ha ona mo re yang teng mo sheba di exhibition tse etsalang ka ra province ya rona Free State batho ba rona a ba kenyeletse o tla bona mo fitla mo o display we dinto kaofela mo fitla o thole sho le crafters A1 ena le disability kona ke reng re ntse re dutse under umbrella ya khatello a so khonu a so fumane tokoloho re le batho ba qhwadileng mo sheba ho performing arts Mary fitla Mary sheba di activities kaofela tse etsahalang ka ra province ya rona ya Free State e utlwisa bohloko mo sheba di artists tse mo tse performang mo ha ona shisho le artist A1 ena le disability e performang mo sheba e sho le di programs tsa rona tsa disability o thuang tsena ke tsa rona di etsa tsa rona mo fitla mo ha ona thola artist ena le disability e performa mo o tlo thola o latiwe batho ba sena disability be bona ba tlo entertainer the audience e tla ile mo imba the program o thua ke program ya rona kore dintwa tse ngata re ntse re saletse morao ka tsona mo sheba hape ka ra province ya rona ya Free State like ke buile hore batho ba rona ba batle ka dipapadi le bonono le boshaba le mo sheba ka ra province ya rona Free State a rena shisho le development center isho ili hore bana bale mo dikelelo tsa bona di fellang teng ma ba le sekolong ba nkiwe ba ise mo ba ilontshetswa pele hore ba tswele pele ka mosebetsi wa matsoho o tla ithola e teng tse ithutse pele ke tsa batho ba mo ka business ba etsang shelete ka rona a di mo hore di ntshetse the talent ya rone pele hore qetellong ngwana yo ebe the business ya hae eo a iketsetsa shelete ya hae mo ma ba kopane ba entsa mosebetsi wa matsoho ya o yentseng ba o nka ilo rekisa ke shelete ya hae ke business ya hae di opportunities tseo a di re ntse re hatelletse o totolo re the shelete kaofela e tswang mo senteng eo e tsang mosebetsi wa matsoho ia mang motho a ilo benefit ke motho yane a qadileng the center eo kaofela ngwana o tlo tloa mo a sena nix o khutlela hae obane ba re ba mtlisa mo ba re tlo ruta mosebetsi empa mosebetsi o antsa a o tseba obane ntate Modimo yentse hore rone re excel me re tla mosebetsing wa matsoho le tsa dipapadi mtsamaiso mosebetsi lunch e ke tla o fa yona ke a hore re na le program e etsahalang Free State mona ka lehlonono the minister of senior presidents o tla be ana le rone o wa fihla ka di 2 o tlo ketika le rone international day ka di 3 kore re bonne re le lehlonono ka ra province ya rona re Free State ha o bonolo re the minister a tloe mana re ke tlo bona the talent ya bana ba rone le basha ba rone ba qhwadileng hore ke bone hore hosane ke ba ntshetsa pele jwang ako le shebo re ho tloa the minister empa ka ra province ya rone re na le baeta pele ba sa khone re ba tle ba tlo supporta the talent tsa bana ba rone e jwalo Madam Speaker program ya rone e starta hosane re tla be re na le beauty pageants mo re tla be re bontsha teng botle ba bana ba rone ba na le disability ka di tools tsa be re na le social cohesion mo re buisanang teng le dintlha tse se batlileng di tshwana le tseo empa kore e le rona le re buang re ka etsa jwang gore re intshetse pele e le rona re le batho ba na le disability mantsibuya wa teng ka di 2 re be le the award mona re tla be re award teng di artists tsa rona bane a ona mo di awardwang teng re tla be re di fa the award tsa bona the artists the crafters ba tla be ba awarduwa ka di 3 re tla be re celebrate international day ya rona ka #put yourself in my shoes disability moving art ke program re tla be re etsa ona tse kgweding ya rona le ona tse like mtsamaiso wa mosebetsi a buile hore o na le mo e ke yang teng re bile le problem ya accommodation batho ba fitlhile ba teng a ona mo ba robalang teng re ntse re zama o solve ntho e ke mohlale ko etsang hore ka be ke batjha ka be ba sa struggle tjena hore ka di last minutes o thwe a sa le thusa ka accommodation ke ntho e bohloko haholo hore ne batho ba qhwadileng be batla ntho eo e tsebe kore man re ilwetse hore re tla khona re tla ke campus strategy Madam Speaker hore ba bone le minister le yena ma fihla la bohlana a bone hore batho ba ka ke bana ba robetse strategy ke ntho e bohloko haholo re tse re zama hore bana ba skata ba re atla ntate Shabalala re tlo supporta the event re tsa bokgoni ba rona mo re tla dula teng re tla dula teng re lebile haholo Madam Speaker tsamaiso mosebetsi ntlo kaofela
se le utlwile invitation ke eno ke tlo kopa ntate Shabalala in future ska mema speaker ha o le podium menyako ya speaker e buletswe e butswi ha o mema speaker mo ngolle fela lengolo o tla makala karabo tla ithola mo speaker ne ke sa go arabe ntate Shabalala ka fela lona mekhatlo ha le na le mesebetsi menyako ya speaker e butswi ha speaker sa khone o tla rena le ditho tsa legislature tsa ka khona go di romela di lo emela le khotla la ke tsa molao so re kopa menyako ya ka le tseba se di fumane le tseba di address tsa hae di sebediseng le khone go mo mema o tla bona o etsang gore a khone go ba teng meketing ya lona re sa le mono jwale re ka kena sebuing pele re kena sebuing sa bobedi sa ntate Nyembe from DPSA lena le identity ya lona e reng ha batho ba tla utlwa go le teng ba utlwa na le teng lena le identity ha o ya go meketing ya dipolitiki ya dimekhatlo ya dipolitiki bana le dingoma tsa bona ha o ya bolong bana le dingoma tsa bona ha o ya kerekeng bo mme ba merapelo bana le di helafela tsa bone madodane bana le tsa bona ba tjha bana le tsa bona jwalo jwalo lona na le na le identity ha motho a feta mono tla utlwa na le teng ka mo le na le sefela sa lona kapo anything e reng ha le kopane be nna yone le kopanya no eseng ya wiketse me eseng ya wikapela nyona ha re batla wikapela nyona ga tseba re kana khona o bina empa ne ke botsa ke nana kana kong ha le kopane dibukeng tse di tshwanang le tsena ho tshwantse o be le pina e reng ha re bina ina be bua ka rona e re sa molaetsa bathong ka yona a ke re la utlwisisa nna ke motho a lesela ke re rona maselela re tseba mos ba la re tseba batho ba masela speaker Celtic ntse le teng ho shwile yani empa rona ba latedi rona tse re le teng ke tla o fa ditaba o sane go jetso e tsalang mo Ulugi. Ntate Nyembe, from that mother body, this should be a challenge. Ering ha le kopane ska la buang fela ditaba o be le ntho eno ya lena e tsoseletsang moya wa lona kaofela. Ai. Ibine ku. La ifita ko vese ya bobedi o batla o ilukisa na iloki empa ile le fela ne re batla spirit seno se beteng ke kopana Ntate Nyembe le mekhatlo ena kaofela le tla tshwana go le kopane le iketsetse mpinalo la le kantsa rhythm entse le teng lena be le kinya di lyrics tsa lona dipina di teng dia khona o di remix akere le nka e monate tse bangwe tsejwa ke everybody then le kinya fela mantswe a etsang go molaetsa wa lona kala go tse ding ke protest a le protesta ke re tshwantse le ne le ntwene ska la bina tsa ba bang o kana o bua ka makosikazi o sia bontate ka ntle jale bontate ba thola o bua ka ba ja ke a leboha ne ke re fela re breaking ice fela o be le re phuthuleng ka o fela hobane ke sebaka sa lona re tanka ntate Nyembe from DPSA. Over to you.
Members of the legislature, and all our officials, and honorable members of the disability parliament of all various disability organizations. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to talk to employment of people with disabilities. Employment of people with disabilities has been our challenge for the longest time. From 2005, our government had its own target. We were promised that by 2010, 2% of the workforce of government will be people with disabilities. 2010, it did not happen. Then there was an extension, and then we again promised that by 2016, 2% quota. It did not happen. By 2016, because the government could not achieve 2%, for some strange reasons, they decided 7%. Now my problem, which one is bigger, 2 and 7? If you cannot achieve 2, how do you expect to achieve 7? As people with disabilities, I think as it is now, if I'm not mistaken, I stand to be corrected, we are just above 1% of people with disabilities who are employed in the province. The last time the statistics showed that people with disabilities in the Free State were about 234,000. Now, 1% of 234,000, how many people are those? However, this is because of one, from the background that we are from, that we did not have an opportunity to get proper education, most of us. Now, because of the lack of formal education from our side, that is why we find ourselves, maybe it is hard for us to be employed. Some people, they even say we are not employable. Speaker, we completely disagree with that narrative that we are unemployable. All we need is to be given a chance to show what we can do as people with disabilities. If you look at me, don't look at the wheelchair. Look at Nyembe. If you look to a person who's got a sight impairment, don't look at the white chain, at the white cane. Look at the person and listen what the person is saying, because we know exactly, make no mistake, we know exactly what do we want, when do we want it, how do we want it. We don't need people to tell us
what is it that we can do? Then the recommendations that we are giving to this parliament today, which we hope and pray this time, hope and pray that are going to be followed. The various portfolio committees in our legislature, they are going to take note of them. Our executive, our 10 MECs, are going to take note of them, so that at the end of the day, we become part and parcel of this democratic new South Africa in the Free State Province. One, you know, for the longest time, people with disabilities have been hoping from one learnership to other. During those learnership, we gain skills, but those skills are never used. And the reason that why we are hoping from one learnership to other, for us it's a form of employment, because we cannot. You can just imagine a family man or a family a woman with children have to survive with 1,800 a month. Is that possible? Definitely not. It's not possible. Now we are saying, maybe from those, we tap from those skills that are acquired during all these internships, this learnership, and then build from them to an internship with the aim of absorbing those people into permanent employment, both in the public sector and in the private sector. And then we're also saying, for those of us who have been lucky or fortunate enough to get employment, please make the working environment conducive. There are people with disabilities that are in employment, but for heaven's sake, you can see, here we are just ticking boxes. Yes, we have employed people with disabilities. They are there at that corner. What are they doing? What is their job description? You see them, there are 5 there. What are they doing? Create a conducive work environment. Things like your technical guide assistant, it is our policy that guides how to employ a person with disabilities. Reasonable accommodation should be taken into consideration when people with disabilities are employed. And please let us not entertain this narrative that employing a person with disabilities is expensive. There's nothing expensive. You just need to understand how to do it. And we are here to advise our government how to go about in employing people with disabilities. Maybe this time let's change the tune. For non-compliance, let's have what we call a consequence management. All the departments, the HODs, in their key performance areas, disability, let it be included, so that we can hold people accountable. And all this, in our view, we think these are a reasonable thing, they are achievable, and we are saying, let us do this from the new financial year and see how far can we go when come this time next year. Another thing that maybe can help us, let us create an agency that will help government advise how to employ people with disabilities, and at the same time, monitor the progress. We'll be happy if each quarter we say, how far have we gone from today, the 30th of November 22? How far have we gone? So that by the time we come this time next year, we know where are challenges and those bottlenecks, how best can we deal with them? Program Director, let me quickly zoom to accessible public transport. Public transport is the backbone of every economic activity. Unfortunately, we people with disabilities, we do not have an access to the public transport that we have. That is, it's not accessible for us. Now, our proposal is that we should meet with the stakeholders in the transport industry, that be the taxi associations, the bus companies. Let us sensitize them with the help of our government. Honorable Speaker, you said a very important question. You said these organizations of people with disabilities who are here, represented here today, one of the things that we need the most is to be resourced properly so that we can do our work as effectively and efficiently as possible. Program Director, if you look at, for instance, at our driving schools in the province, I wonder if people are aware that all the driving schools in our province, none of them can cater for people with disabilities. None. So we are therefore saying, for us to acquire, for instance, driver's licenses, because it has become one of the requirements for one to increase one's employability possibility. We are saying, let us have maybe 2 or 3 driving schools that belongs to the sector, so that the sector can be able to help all people with disabilities who are in need of this driver's license. You know, all of us here, I'm sure in this room, we're about 50. But I can tell you, people who have got driver's license here, they are not more than 10. Then the rest, they need this driver's license. They don't know where to go. We need to sensitize our traffic officials how to go about when testing a person with a disability in a driver's license testing centers. And we are saying all these things, Honorable Speaker, are possible. Let us do things differently this time. We'll humbly ask the Speaker, whatever is going to be said here today, let us differentiate. This one goes to this department directly. This one goes, please do not take this and lump it to social development. Yes, social development might be the lead department, but, for instance, I'm talking now accessible transport. That is not the competence of social development. Send to police, road and transport. I've spoken to employment. Send it to labor. So that at the end of the day, there is proper accountability, and we must enjoy the fruits and the benefits of this freedom that is enjoyed by everyone. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
before ntate Mofokeng, hona le motho ya koloi ya Toyota Legend 15, registration number ke 456 MJMFS. E phekile ha bohlokonyana ka mo ntle, ne re kopa a ilo e change, a ilo e suthisa. Ntate. No, do you mind to do written submission just to add so that they can be properly captured here? Are you in that? Are you from that organization? Yes. Are you from that organization? I give you 2 minutes.
Okay. In addition of what has already said, I think it's more important for government to notice that government is already giving us a chance to represent ourselves in our organizations. But when it comes to the job placement, you only find that the government itself is contradicting itself by saying we cannot, whereas the same government is providing us with a lot of money into our organizations. But when it comes to job placement for us to speak on our people, on behalf of our people, to represent different structures, you only find most of our departments, they are discriminating in a manner that because of our disability, they thought that we would be involved. So I hope if the legislature can force every department, I think it's high time we no longer need to beg as disabled people. It's high time that once we are speaking, we must speak louder so that everyone can listen. Because what we are talking here is not our mandate. It's a policy. We have a white paper on the rise of present disability. It says it was previously at 2%. If most of the departments they have already paid, we must ask ourselves a question: how did they pay? Because we are all participating in everything. You can go to the ITPs. You can go anywhere on government meetings. We are participating there, but our voice is lower than anything. So we need to say, as a parliament, every department must be taken accountable on why they didn't employ 2%, why they paid 2%, whereas now they are saying it has to be 7%. We can no longer come here. We were here last year at the same time. We are still doing the same thing. We must be placed in job placement, but still it has never been done. We need the department to take, the legislature to take all departments accountable on how and why we didn't employ. And the reason is simple. If I may continue program like the reason is simple. That Chabalala, when he is making his presentation now in education, you only find in Free State, we have 3 special schools. Even Tibulua in Barba, Maluti in Bethlehem, Velelang in Bloemfontein, and Tabanchu. We've got those schools. The program already, pre-primary recycling, those schools did for development grade 10. But the minimum level out of total cities is at grade 12. So where are we going to get grade 12? Whereas the educational institution minimized for grade 10. The schools still are government, but the government doesn't understand it. We also need to be employed. Yes, but I don't know they think we're going to do for. How about the is a grade 10? Where are they going to work? We need to force our government to come with structures that will make sure that we are catered as disabled people, because we are no longer need to beg. Because this is a policy, it has to be followed. No one has to come with an excuse of saying, I didn't do this. We went to Labour Department, we've got the report in Bloemfontein. The Labour Department itself is contradicting itself. When you arrive there, ask questions, where is our 2%? It's nowhere to be found. sort of question you ask a manager, the person about the person who's employed is he in job. We ask ourselves the questions. For what reason we become a manager? Because the identification of the needs started with the manager. So why we must tell us we must go to the national so that we can roll that 2% image to cover. Now we talk about 7%. How can we say 7%? What does it mean? A minimum of 2%. I think
before you close, I'm not sure whether you will answer the question on that Daniel. Which department has made that commitment of 2% to 7%? So that when you track that commitment, you know where we go.
It is the police.
Oh, is it the policy of government? What is the name of that policy?
It's a white paper. A white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities.
White paper on the rights.
The white paper on the rights of persons with disability.
Yeah, no, then at least we know where to start. Then we are fine. No, we are fine. Thank you very much. I'm sure Mbebe is properly captured. Ne? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that addition. So that we don't labor on one thing, can you just get that submission in writing, please, so that we allow other organizations to? I know that there are many, that's why at the beginning, I know that sometimes people are taking advantage when the process is on. They will just now feel to make an input on something. Hence, I was requesting, beside the one that we have captured here, which organizations are intending to make submissions? Can we get yours in writing, sir? Yes?
Yes, I want to rise on the point of order.
Okay.
You see, can you allow all the organizations to give their own presentations? Because if you allow what just happened in the Majara here, there's going to be a time limit. So the Majara is going to take time for us to present. Whereas there's an item, look at the item of disability dialogue insertion. Those or additions will come to that item.
Which item?
A disability dialogue insertion. So there's no need for you to allow anyone who does an addition or quote something what the presenter is just presented.
Okay, next. Thank you very much for that point of order. It's sustained. So we are going to move that principle so that at least we are in order with what we are doing. Thank you very much for that. Can you go to Free State Deaf Association? Tate Mufuke.
rona batho ba kgwadileng ba sa utlwi ha re bitswe ha ga kenyelletswa mo jwale ke ipotsa gona e le hore lebaka ke le feng ka lebaka la bane ditaba re se re qetela re tse go kwa ditaba ka thata le melao ha e etswe go utlwa ka thata gona batho ba sa itekanelang bona batho ba phelang ka disabled jwale taba ena e re fa bothata ke yona phephetso e kgolo re kopana le yona e ke batlang parlamente e ke le ke go hlalosetsa go tlile hape mona hona ditaba tse latelang nna lapeng kwana ke ikutlwa ka tsela ya hore batho ba bang kaofela ha ke ikutlwe tshwana le batho ba bang kaofela ha bona boto gona le boto kaofela ha bona batho ba ka go boto batho bana kaofela department le boto tsa department ka go fapana ha tsona jwale ha re tsebe gona ka go boto yeo le department tseo ke bo mang batho ba ikarabellang ba qhwadileng ka mo gobane jwale bothata bo teng hwa lwana ha re tsebe ho etsalang ka go diboto tseo tse bang di le teng hoba ha hona batho ba qhwadileng ka go diboto tseo empa re ntse re bona ntse o fetola empa ho sena letho le lokang ka go diboto le dikomiti tseo tse bang teng re a kopa ka go parlamente gore kaofela go batlisiswe gona hantle ho nka sebaka ke ka mo ba nnete ke gore ha hona batho ba qhwadileng ka go diboto le ka go dikomiti tseo tse bang teng ke batho ba buang ka ba kgona ho bua kaofela ha gona ha wa kenyelletswa batho bana kaofela ha bona mme ke boetse re kopa hape ga kopa ga le jwetse mpa ga kopa e re kopa taba eo e ke le ke o shejwa mme e fele gore le mosetlang ka go boto ka mo ho kenyelletswe le batho ba qhwadileng hape nna ke boetse ke kopa hape ka go parlamente ya rona ya Foreisetata e ke shebe taba kina ba batlisise gore na ke department e fe ngwele gore hona le sala department tseo parlamente yena ya rona e shebe mafapha ka ofela ona hore go batlisiswe ditaba tse etsalang ka ro yona mme re tsebise hobane ka nnete re bona hore e le bothata ba hore be batho ba sa itekanelang ha ba kengwa ka department empa taba tsena gantse re utlwa fela hore le mesebetsi teng ra utlwa taba tsa 2% di 7% empa nnete ke hore taba eo ha re bone e etsala ha re tsebe na ho kgethwa bo mang go shejwa jwang na ho kgethwa batho mo gobane ha ona le motho la mong ya qhwadileng mo ka ba babedi empa mosebetsi o teng ha se jitswe bo ka 2% empa ha re bone letho le etsala mme mathata a rona ona a ntsa hola nako le nako empa jwale ho bua ka ditaba tsa 2% mme re feta palo eo rona le taba ena e ba bothata ba re kgone re ka tswella pele ke bothata bo re ba le bona re a kopa ka go parlamente ya rona e ke shebe mathata a o re a bonang le department mona ka o province ka ro masepala lona o kenyeletse batho bana ba disabled bana ho kenyeletswe ka mono le mafapha ho hle o kenywe kaofela re tle re bona dipalo tsa batho ba disabled di nyoloha ka go batho ba fuwa mesebetsi ka go mafapha a mmuso kaofela ha bona mafapha ho hle re bona o kenyeletswe le batho ba mmuso ba batho ba disabled ka go mafapha a mmuso taba yo mo ke ena ya hore ho hloka ntho special ho hloka special re be le special house disabled house re be le sona special disabled house e tla be le bohlokwa haholo taba eo ha re na le special disabled house re tla be re tseba batho ba fela ba disabled kaofela re enjoya kaofela ha rona goba ka go ntlo eo re tla be re tseba gore mathata a rona a rabellwa ka moo mme re tla be re tseba gore dintho di tliswa ka hare ho ntlo eno mme ditho tse tliswang gona o tla bo sa ntho tse fosahetseng hobane batho bana ba wheelchair re na le batho bana ba di-wheelchair ona le basadi ba ka tse ba sa kgone ho kena ho tsona o fumane gore o jekejeke o tshwanetse a jekejeke na o finyana empa o hloka sebaka se bulehileng le bana ba bang ba difofu o bone la o finyana le sebaka sa teng ha o kgana wheelchair toilet ntlo yana teng e nyenyana le toilet ha o finyana ha o kgone hore o ye kae diromo tsena di nyana ha o kgone ho ya ka mona le ka mona ka lebaka la hobane space se nyenyana kapa ntlo ya dulang ho yona e nyenyana mme re kopa hore dintho tsena re ke re thuswe ka nnete ho etswe di-policy tsa rona batho bana ho thuswa jwang batho ba disabled na re thuswa jwang meng ge gone ho fumana thuso kaofela ha rona ge tsebe na ge thuso tsa rona tse re hloka na ke difeng ge ekeletswe mo hlokalang teng go eketswe sena go ena kaofela ntho e ngwe le ngwe gona ke ntho e nyenyane e lekantsweng fela ke tseba mona phase 2 mono hona le ntlo hona le motho a sa itekalela mono ke bothata o kena le ho tswa ka tlung ke bothata ha kgone ho kena jwale ka nnete ke mathatana re kopa ho etswe di-policy ha o tswetswe di-policy mo go shebe ditaba tse ka reng tseno hape ho be le policy standard ho be le standard language puo ya theoha puo lone ya theoha yo re kopa ho be le mokgwa hore re fumane batho ba irwang ba gona ho tlisisa la re bua ba tsebe ho sejetswe se motho ana a thekesela ho skana ke mo batho ba thekesela go ke mo batho ba hantle ho ba na ha di rate ntho tseno ka nnete e ba mathata re batla batho ba buang hantle go tlisise se motho be a go e wetsala parlament e shebe ditaba tseno tsa gona go ke mo motho jwang batho ba disability ba fumantshwe mesebetsi re se kene ra kopana le mathata hore ba go tlisise o jwa re tla tene o kena motho yona ho tswenwa ho etsa le ntho tseno kaofela ha rona ha re sa le bana ho hang ha re sa tentshwa maliri re tlwele ho tentshwa maliri ha re sa le bana nako eo e fetile re eme ka maoto le rona re tseka ditokelo tsa rona ha re batla ho thuswa re batla ho iketsetsa ha re sa le bana hape ntho e re batlang kore matlo a bona batho ba khwadileng ba sa fuwe matlo ke mathata ntho ene ya matlo ba tlwana le matlo ke mathata na kwena kaofela ke mathata na kwena kaofela ha hore o ya social work ke bothata bona ba isale re qetela re dire sa fumana thuso le gona batho ba sa itekanela matlo kaofela ha eba batho ba itekanetseng le batho ba bua go tlwana mona le ona matlo a manyane fela ha gone ho bona o etsang ka nnete taba ena ha ke e shelo ka itlholeleng hape ke boetse ke kopa hore ka go parlamente ka lebaka la mano parlamente mona ke batho ba buang mmuso o go nahanele rona batho ba ba sa upi go ba jwale ka nnete le batho ba politiki ba re nahanele batho bana ba sa itekanelang ba fuwe mosebetsi mmusong ga kopa go mosebetsi bonyane ha o nka selemo motho ha fuwe mane mosebetsi mo ntse ke na motho a le mo ka potlako motho o tla kgona go iketsetse ntho e leng ya hae le yena e sena bona kaofela ho ntso thwe le tla bona re tla bona empa batho ba sa itekanelang ntse le bothata bona ka motso mo ba etsa hore re thatafalwe ke bophelo bana ka ga re nahanelwe re dula re shebile batho ba ntseng ba sebetsa mara rona re ke mathata ka nnete ha re nahanelwe batho ba bedi ba bararo ba bona empa ha re kgotsofale ka baka la dintho tse ding tse etsahalang o be re kgallwa fatshe mohlomong go ba no tla thwe bikinyana empa ha re sebetsa ka nnete re futla kgona iphumana le matlo a oleng a rona ka potlako ga ke ga lebella mmuso o re etsetse hape ke boetse ke a kopa ka go parlamente ha ba ntse ba sebetsa mo ba le busy ka mesebetsi ya bona mafapha a bona ha o le mafapha ya lefapha la matlo ha ba bua ka matlo a legolo ba ke ba hopolele batho ba sa itekanelang e be palo e itseng le bona mo matlong a legolo ha bua mohlomong 20% ya teng e ke ba batho ba sa itekanelang ba ke ba fumane matlo mo 20% ya batho ba sa itekanelang ke fumane matlo ha bua ka matlo a legolo be re tseba 20% ya matlong a legolo ke batho ba sa itekanelang ba fumantshitsweng matlo e sebe ho itswe 100 batho ba sa itekanelang ke batho ba bedi fela kapa le mong re a kopa 20% batho ba matlong a legolo ho buang ka ona 20% ya teng le batho ba sa itekanelang ha ba fumantshwe matlo hape ho tshwana le taba ya matlo ka re bua ka matlo ano a legolo ebe matlo a etswang a le matlo a ikgethileng bakeng sa batho ba sa itekanelang batho ba phelang ka disability matlo ano ha ba lo ke matlo a legolo ho be le matlo a itseng ka re matlo a tlabeng a balellwa go ana ke matlo a ikgethang bakeng sa batho ba itseng go ba ntlabele batho ba sa itekanelang o be le percentage tse itseng ha o ntse o etswa mo re tsebe batho bana ba fuwa le bona matlo a special for bona o ska nna ba taba go matlo ke matlo fela empa ha o so sheba boleng ba ona batho ba disability ha bana matlo mo meng eo e tla be etsa hore e bontsha hore mmuso wa rona o tla be o faile o sa re sebetse ka mokgwa tsela e nepaetseng hobane jwale re tla go sa shejwa batho ba itekanetseng empa ha o shejwa mahlakore kaofela ka baka la re lekana ka nnete re tla be re kgotsofala tender le ditendara ha di ntshuwa di ntshwe ka mokgwa tsela e nepaetseng di se tsa tsana tsa fuwa fela batho ba itekanetseng empa batho ba sa itekanelang ba bona ha ba qhelelwa ka thoko ho ko shejwe ditendara tseno o be le motho ya shebang hore ditendara tsena ha di ntshuwa ka mokgwa tsela e nepaetseng ke boetse ke na le kopo ena pe ka ho parlamente ha ka o summit go kobele le taba ya summit menka go yona ka mona re tsebe go bua ditaba dife ka lebaka la hobane dintho tse ngata ha re kgone re di fumane re di bue taba tsa di policy empa ho ka ba le ntho tse ka reng khafetsa ho ntse go kopana re tla be re tseba di policy ka ho fapana re rutwe re tseba ho fana le ka mathata a ka ba rona ga na le ona ka February ho kwetswe taba ya summit ka February ho etswe summit mmuso o tsebe rona o etsa e se ngono bue fela le botso di bo tšhelete ha diwe empa le go rona ha re sheju summit tseo ha o ntse ho etswa mono ba go hopolele ntwe mo le ngwe ntse itswa ga ne go hopolele rona batho ba disable di mmuso se ke ba ga lebala le di policy ba di etsa bana ba re kenyelletse mo hape re batla ha ke tlo qetela ke a batla go ke lebohe ke leboha hore ebe ka shego ke bone speaker ka jeno ke thabetse go bona speaker ke a leboha ka lebaka la bana ke o bone ka shego mme taba ka ke ena go tloa gale le mosefitileng ke ntse ke na le dintleng China ntlha ya ka ke ya hore ha o etswa diphatlalatso rona batho ba disabled ka nete ha re kenyelletse go kopa speaker o kgone go gopolela ha o ntse etswa dintho tseo hona jwale dirapoto tsena nako e tlang speaker re tlo kopa hore re se ke be ra tlolwana ha re tla mo re se ke be ra tlolwana re fuwe dirapoto ka dintho tse re ntse re di hlalosa mathata a rona a rarollwe ha re batle nako ena kaofela be re ntse re omana le wena empa re tlo hloka hore ka nnete re lebohe nako ena e re fileng yona re a leboha kaofela rona dipelo tsa rona re tle re tsebo re a kgotsofala gobane re na le dingongoreho tse re di fang parlamente mme re kopa parlamente e ke tsebe mathatano a rona e tshake e re etele le mo sebetswang teng le mo go kopanang teng go bapala teng gona jwale ka kgwedi ya November ke kgwedi ya batho ba disabled e ska ba ka nako ena fela gona jwale ka December hape go na le nako o tla bo kgethuwe go tshehetswa o tla be re kopane ho beswa dinama ho etswa go le monate e le eng le di eng ho etsalang empa jwale rona re shejwa ke bomang ra kopa ka nnete hore batho ba sa itekanelang ba ke ba thuswe ba fuwe ditshehetso ka ditlhoko tsohle tsa bona ra kopa speaker ra kopa ha o tswele pele ka go parlamente jwalo ka nna a ke tsamaya dintho tsohle di ne di ntshetswe pele batho ba sa itekanelang ba ne ba hopolelwe batho ba dife ba ne ba hopolelwe ke ya leboha speaker ka mosebetsi o motle ke ya leboha modula setulo go hlomphile ke ya leboha
Disabled Children Action Ntate Toli o mothotsi o teng le dinyana le eno tlo re rekela lunch okay ya le re to kgoga tsatsing le Ntate Toli wa tla mona ke
Thank you, Program Director, honorable members. all in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amandla. Program Director from Disabled Children's Action Group. We feel that the stats are so clear. In the world, we are having more than 250 million children with disabilities. An estimated 700,000 children with disabilities remain out of school. Program Director, today, as Disabled Children's Action Group, we are going to talk on inclusive education. Program Director, I just want to cite an example. We are saying children with disability are sidelined. Program Director, today, after so many years, there's still a question of why do you think your child deserves this? You go to the very same social development, that it's like people with disability belong only to that department. No. Every time when you go to Department of Government Department, they are taking you to social development. We need to correct that. So when you go to Social Development Program Director, you'll hear words like, why do you think this child deserves a grant? A child is a child, irrespective of what. Program Director, there's still barriers into inclusive education. Look, we can tell you, as the sector, that inclusive education traces its origin to parental activism in the Nordic countries in the 1960s and 1970s. So why can't we, as this South African government, tap from that? Because these people are the founding people for this issue of inclusive education. Why can't we ask them, how did you find it clear? We are unable to do that as a South African government. Program Director, the research or the literature has been about 42 years in South Africa, but we are still talking inclusive education like it's yesterday's thing. Program Director, I want to submit, when it started correctly in South Africa in 2001, it's 21 years talking White Paper 6 on special needs education, which says, I quote, special education, building an inclusive education. After 21 years, Madam Speaker, there are still no clear results of how the government is doing with this inclusive education. As DCAG was submitting that on education, White Paper 5 on early childhood development, the government must do something. Yes, there's a vastness in Free State or in South Africa in general, but we're not talking clear results. We're not talking percentages. Is it assistance rising, or is it stable, or is it dropping? We're not talking that. We're just silent. Program Director, there's this acknowledgement that all children and youth can be put on technical schools. That is the submission from Disabled Children's Action Group. Because when you look at the model, you would find a situation whereby our children, when they reach 18, it's more like they are treated like at a mainstream. This child does not deserve to be at school. You go to Johannesburg, Madam Speaker, you'd find that situation that I'm talking about. But then, here we are saying as DKEG, let's come up with a new model whereby our children with disability will be put on technical schools. Because at the level of technically, they are good. Bommele bontate batho bana ba tseba iketsisa dintho ka motho ka mosebetsi wa matsoho ba o tseba wa re sa etse bonnete ba hore ba isiwe moo a kere ngwana ha o bona wa hloleya ka nnete wa e o mo susumelletsa ntho ntse o bona hore ka nnete ha a e khone ene ha e fitlelle ha re ba pushetse moo ho hlokahalang hore ba pushetse teng ba ka retsetsa di wonders ka ntho ena technical. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, ha ke ketella fela next about to bua nako telele one ho to ba le dialogue immediately after this. As DKEG, we are saying parents of children with disability are still dissatisfied with an ongoing segregated education that our children received in special education settings. Look, how many special schools we are having? Unless anyone in here, honorable members, can tell me otherwise. So, we are sticking to this inclusive education solely because we can't afford to have our children being segregated, sitting there at the corner, like olden days. No. Like any other child, that child deserves to be out there, playing like other children. So, Program Director, Kalebo, Kaure today, Refue Munyetla, Waubua, and you are a poem where Batang with Lisa Holona. Korhabana Barona Batwelo Tritua, Ekarahaseleto. Habana Barona Batwell with you at the Capsele. Habana Barona Batwell, because believe in Ran Leon. Partnership Kaban Leona, government Runa program director. Kiona ele eto etsa bonnete ba hore le na le tšhelete ha kana mix ha le na le tšhelete tshelang tate majaga o buile ntweno ya di organizations tsa gona tse di difang tšhelete mara nne motho a tshwere mokotlana o dutse mo o ikentse ke ga ke a ha tšhelete a se a ha o tshelwe so ra tretsi bo etsa di program tse tla etsa bana ba rona ba etsa itikenelang ntlha tse re batlang go di fitlela di tswele pele amandla.
Rele wile ntate Toli, Mechweni, which one? Which one? Ene gutla o introduce mona ka utla mo buang ka Trinity. Gutlo bua maina manga fapa ni le ana. Ha ke le motlu. Ka ba utlule ke nna fela. Ke go ba introduce a bolele ke bo mali tlo le bona ona mo Mechweni ke nang teng. O ke ne ka le bitso la motemo. Kana ke mali bitso la.
Moradi wa Khatshweni ngwetsi ya go ga Mosumkutu.
So o hana o kgaohana le tshwene.
Hey, ho thata ntate. Ho thata.
Okay.
Eh.
Thank you.
Ke rata ho dumedisa bohle ka hara ntlo. All protocol observed. Mama, we are very happy and honored that you are here. And before ke qala, I would love to start ho bua ka a reading of a letter e ngotsweng ke a student at the beginning of the year. Because reading out loud is one of my form of disability. Ke kopile ausi kwale a mpalwitse itse o bala, so ke kopa re mo mamele.
School is starting soon. I may never be the first to raise my hand to answer your question. Be patient. I know the answer, but I need time to think sometimes. If you give me too many steps, I won't know where to start. Please give me one step at a time. When you read aloud in class, no one will notice if you just skip me. My spelling and grammar need some work, but please consider the fact that my paper took me twice as long to write as my peers, and it's not a reflection of my intelligence. By the way, I learn best when I'm using all my senses. I could also benefit from using assistive technology. Teacher, school can be a very difficult place for me to be. I promise to do my best. I could really use your support.
That letter is a reflection of 5 in 20 pupils in a classroom every year at the beginning of the year. We have so many dropouts today because teachers did not take that letter into consideration. Madam Speaker, we have been having battles with the Department of Education when it comes to invisible disabilities. Invisible disabilities are not included in any way in the schooling system. The kids with disabilities, they're invisible. We have been measured by our intelligence. Unfortunately, IQ to me does not exist because I'm gonna give you 100%, that's just how wise I am. But unfortunately, my spelling and my grammar does not work together with my intelligence. So measuring a dyslexic child ka IQ ya high, that's where we get the diagnosis wrong. We find so many kids being wrongly diagnosed. If there's one thing that irritates me that Department of Education is doing, is sending a child with learning disabilities to Pholoho on a platform ya hore ngwana o na le a temporary disability. It's either you disabled or you are not. But temporary disability e hampera bana ba ngwana wa motho a motsho. Because temporary disability means that by the time that child reaches 18 and gets out of Pholoho, that child is no longer disabled. But guess what? That has been inbred in that child's mind, the fact that he or she is disabled. At the ultimate end, that child cannot do anything for themselves. At the ultimate end, that child in a product, ya ko khone, product ya 2 rand. My sister ke kopa 2 rand. Because that child has all his life believing that I am disabled. And at 18, that child is told, go and fend for yourself. Where is that child supposed to go and fend for themselves with a grade R certificate? Because that's what Pholoho is. So if the Department of Education can get to the program, stand with us, do what they're supposed to do, because that's the job of inclusive education. We know exactly what needs to be done. They know exactly what needs to be done, but we understand that the work is so much that for them, it's overwhelming. We had a meeting with them at the beginning of the year, and unfortunately that meeting unfolded to nothing. I would say to nothing because they never got back to us. Every time we try and schedule a meeting with them, they never come back to us. Mme, we are sick and tired of what inclusive education is doing. Our kids are really being crippled, whereas they're not crippled. I am a product of dyslexia, diagnosed at age 14. I have my own business today. I am standing here as an owner of an organization that's doing super well in the Free State. So we would like our children to be given a chance to fend for themselves, to stay in the mainstream, for them to get relevant helping systems, for them to get people that are supposed to be there in the schooling environment that can assist them, for them to get assistive devices so as they can be the Palisa of tomorrow. I thank you.
Ke re ke leboa mme Tshweni ka mme Mosunkutu. Ya no re bitsa monga fine jwalo mme Tshweni. O ka o ba le mme Tshweni wa balea ha ile stage sa o nwe metsi to le metsi ya ho. Ke kopa le mo fe metsi pilawa. Ke mo le fela hore mme o imetse. Thank you.
Like ke na Tshweni ke tswa Nazarene Hope Center ya bana ba bana le autism. Sorry. Lebitso la ka ke Tshweni ke tswa Nazarene Hope Center ke center e accommodate bana bana le autism mo Bloemfontein, and I started to sebetsa ka 2013. There a group of parents ba fela gore because now we couldn't find a school for bana ba rona, then we decided to quit everything, our job, and look after our kids ourselves. So yeah, we started in 2013, everything was okay. Now we're having a big problem. Ya gore bana ankega rona re bantsha mo diapering and then ba ya sekolong. Now they are coming back because when they turn 18 they have to come go home. So our problem gore now, what do we do with them? Only 18, some of them they have outgrown from autism. Babua, they are able to do other things, but we don't know what to do with them. Go center, but go. So challenge we have as Nebanze Babua Mogunta Panabarona, they are good. Babana autism bona, they are mentally they are they are too intelligent to concentrate on doing one thing. So now utla aduti mo ushebile gore batla morero batla di glasses so batla that to batla that, and then end up ba bonahala ba sa kgone concentrate. So ka medication ba enkang when they grow older ba kgona gore okay fine ba concentrate and do other things, but we don't know what to do. We don't know how to do art. Most of them they're good at art. Some of them they're good at music instrument and other things like well, it's so fun. I wish Madam Speaker can come and watch our kids haba papala bolo. Yeah. So I feel like so it's like that. It's so nice to be there. So now our challenge is what do we do with them? We have identified people by professionals about the art, music, but our problem is those people, they also need their stipend. And we also need money to buy our paint and everything, but we can't. So that's when they start to bite, scratchers, and then scratch each other. Because now they're not doing anything, they just want to work all the time, but they are very busy. So yeah, challenge and apart from the fact Skolo C1, Siko Lorry Park, and then Pakenaka 8, Batswaka 12 o'clock. From 12 o'clock when you are at work, or from 12 o'clock until 5 when you chaisa. Well, nobody seems to care about that, but we have decided on ourselves, the parents, or let's just take this thing and then let it work for us instead of running around. And so we have aftercares, we have the daycare centers for the ones, because they can go to school after maybe some years, maybe 8 or 9. And then we have those, like my own daughter is worse. She's profound. She can't go to school. She can't do nothing. I have to look after her until she dies. So she's 15 now. And yeah, we do everything. You have to make sure when she's on her periods, you have to see she doesn't do anything because there's nothing that she can think of. And nothing. She's just there. That I have to take care of. So the problem now that we are most facing is when they come back, the other ones, when they come back, I'm only 18, because they are able to do most of the things, but we don't know where to get money, to get professionals so that they can help us to help those kids while Bako Center as they're coming back. Puluwa, I think, Puluwa, when they turn 16, it's not even 18, it's 16, they send them home. We find our boys now, because now we started going around. I get most of the things that we do, because we're not professionals, autism. So whatever we do is something that we as parents, we come across. So there's a parent when I have 19 years, for 10 cents. I get to the shop, doing other things. Our girls, they're doing laundry for our neighbors for 20 cents. And then from doing the washing, you don't know what the uncle next door wins. They can't speak, all of them. And the only person that I recognize is the people that are at home. The next person next door, I'm 3 times, but she won't even to identify that one is Ntate. No, she won't do that. So we have Uhlompo. She was 12 years old. She couldn't go to school, but now when she was at home, she got raped, got pregnant. Nobody knows who does that because she can't speak. She can't even recognize her face. At least if but on a panel, 5 people were able to identify what is that one. Ours, they don't. So we try by all means to gather that, because now they were given a bigger space because we were working on, but now as Bana then but feel a bigger space now that we are able to accommodate more kids, including 18, 19 to 25 years. So yeah, so our biggest problem, challenge now, what do we do kabanali 18 they are able, as in that day people they say you are disabled and unable. No, it's not like that. One about autistic, they are able. It's just that you need to take 3 weeks and then throw it out the window. Eventually they will do it and then they will excel.
Ndate Kuchwa, on behalf of Entrepreneurs Disability Forum.
Good afternoon. Dumela. Thank you. My name is Makwenkwe K. Kuchwa. I'd like to thank the opportunity Oriki Bue in this parliament and this forum. I'm also having a family member with disability in my home, but I've come with something different. Thanks, Ndare.
Switch a microphone. Yeah. Okay. About the credentials in that.
All right.
Should I answer?
Yeah, you can answer.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Dad. Okay, how I came to this institution is that I had a presentation with the people of disability with regard to accessible devices. So at their conference, so I was asked so that I should continue with that because they didn't have opportunity for that devices to be implemented. So there are other people who didn't have the opportunity to know that access device. I don't know if I'm clear, or should I continue with the issue with regard to access device?
I think we can proceed as if whatever you'll be saying, as long as it enhances what you want to achieve, I think we can proceed with that.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Proceed.
Okay. As I was saying, my name is Makwenko Kuchwa. I'm a developer and a designer. I develop a toilet for people with disability. We call it a universal toilet. So this toilet, it means that it flushes by its own. So it accommodates all disabilities, meaning the blind, the deaf, and so on and so on. If you understand the toilets for disability, you will find they have different kind of handles. So my toilet that I designed, that I have developed and completed, it flushes by its own, and it's very easy to install, meaning it only you only change the system, the top. Thank you.
Sorry, just switch off your mic.
As part of the mandate that we came with, the presentation is the same, so for me it's not relevant to today. Can this presentation be left for another event? I don't know if I'm making sense.
I think it's bringing a different element to the presentation. Remember, from your side, you are making a recommendation on how we can be assisted based on the challenges we are individually and collectively experiencing. So from his point is that he has developed, remember we are saying that let there be an innovation from the what you wanted to achieve. And he also mentioned from the beginning that from his family, he's got someone also who's part of your community. Then from that experience, he had now to develop something that will be enhancing you from the challenges that we have. So I'm just going to request that let us allow the presentation to unfold. If it is not relevant, we know you can disregard that, but to other people it might be of assistance. So remember that what he's coming up with is not an all-inclusive solution to all your problems. But if he says he's got a new toilet that he has developed, which is self-flushing, other people might have an interest in that. And because already we have allowed him to come, he has spent his money also to be here from wherever he is. I'm going to request that we allow that presentation just to proceed. Can we leave it with that note? Please. Sorry, let us not make it a dialogue. I'm making a
I'm raising on a point of order.
No, we said, so remember that we said, let us not follow the mentality of the parliament. Because the moment we allow the point of order, we know where this is going to take us. We are saying, let us allow him to do his presentation. You are the one who even said we are going to have a dialogue.
But it's us who have drawn this program. And here it appears we have created disability forum. The gentleman is fine. by correctly assuming you are putting the gentleman, it's fine. But here we are talking interpreting disability for now.
Yes.
And we are surely saying we don't want to individualize this thing. Please.
Now that's the remember that even all of you, when you are presenting, you have different and specific challenges. All of you are not facing the same challenges. That is the reason why you don't need a sign language interpretation, because your particular situation doesn't need this kind of a service. But for us to be able to accommodate a particular group which need this service, that's why we have brought this. So if you are able to listen directly to the presenter without looking at the sign interpretation, which that on its own shows that you don't need this kind of a service, that someone else needs this kind of a service. Hence also when I started, I said, I don't even want to see the program director on the screen, because for the purpose of this exercise, for him to appear on the screen is irrelevant. What is relevant and important for the day is to have a sign language interpreter on that. So let us not only say, if this doesn't affect me, then we say, we avoid others to say, you are the one who was on the platform, the two of you, we are talking about an inclusive education. The inclusive education is that specifically there are those that are being excluded in the broader education system. But now let us say we wanted the department to zoom in and ensure that all of us are included. So when we started, we even said, you have been discriminated for a long period of time. Now other people who are from other communities who are not being affected of you, they are also coming to enhance your approach in addressing your problem. Being abled, if I can use that, he also saw the need to be part of that community. For being part of your community, he said, because I'm also experiencing this, I'm living with it. Remember that at the time of the HIV/AIDS, when it was high, the people who were only discriminated were those who were infected. But now it was not only the people who were infected who were suffering, there were also who were affected. You understand? Let us not allow this dialogue, colleagues, let us not allow this dialogue to go further. No, leave it, Chief. I'm saying let us allow the presentation, because whatever we are going to discuss at the end of the day is going to lead us to me making a determination as the presiding officer to say, I allow him to continue. Yes, can you continue, please? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. My apologies again. The reason I want to talk about this toilet is, as I'm saying, it's a toilet for disability, and it's very easy to install. It's that the current toilet of disability that you have in every facility, we don't replace that. We only replace the system, the components within the toilet system and the toilet seat. Therefore, it's from that onset, it's now called a universal toilet, meaning it accommodates everyone, people with disability and everyone in the household. So my reason for continuing or doing follow-up with regard to the toilet is that some organizations with disability ask that if they can have this toilet. Most people wanted to have the toilet for the mere reason that it accommodates everyone. And they asked me to approach the office of the Premier, the director there with special services who's dealing with people with disabilities. But the problem is that implementing this toilet, it becomes difficult. Hence, I was asked to come to present here at Parliament. How can I assist people with disability with regard to implementing that toilet? So I think that's my point of departure in terms of debating how access devices can be assist people with disabilities. It's not merely that I'm hijacking people with disabilities. If maybe it's a problem for me to be I will be excused. But my approach was that I've developed many things, and even the University of Central University has asked me that I requested that we should anticipate in developing access devices for people with disabilities. But the toilet is not only the toilet that I've developed. There are other things which can accommodate all people, disability and other people. But the issue is not, the main issue is that small companies, it's difficult for them to get, to implement their products to people with disability. Hence, we are asked to assist. And that's the issue. That's why I've come here. Maybe that should be debated, how we can, these things can be implemented for those who requested it. Because I also did a presentation at the Motel FM, where of course people wanted this toilet for the mere fact that it flushes itself and doesn't have a flushing handle, and it's easy to be installed, and anyone we can be trained and install it, and it's reversible. If you don't want the toilet anymore to flush, and you are used to flushing handle and so on, you can still do it. You don't need to replace that, to buy a new toilet, you just buy the components. So that's why I have come here and do the presentation. I think maybe if there are any questions, I'll participate in the entrepreneur of the in the session, the later session after this. Thank you.
The last organization that must present, I don't see Ntate Tole from the Free State Albinism Society. Can we pass that one if there's no one who's going to present on behalf? So we are going to pass that. We are done with now this session. Then we are going to call upon Mayor Mamo Samutsuni. Order. Where's the? Okay. Okay.
Chair, with due respect, respect to the Honorable Speaker, we were not opposing the presenter and the way in which we have acted. He brought something good for us, people with disability. But our suggestion was saying, for entrepreneurs with disability, we have someone that we have elected to discuss issues that affect our disabled people. The challenge is that he's representing his own company. We accept it. We are not opposing anything. As we have realized already that he ended up not telling us the inner of what he's doing. It's a good project. We support him that it's in that domain. As a sector in that domain, we support him, we fully behind him, and we, I don't know, we like to say thank you for thinking for our disabled people, because it's a need for us. I would like all of us can applaud for him so that we can understand. We are not opposing, but we are saying the Free State Entrepreneurs with Disability has a delegate to stand and talk about the challenges that we are facing as a sector. Thank you, sir.
No, but remember where I'm seated. Remember when we started, I went through the organizations that are here. I also went through the names before we start. Then I further requested that if there are other organizations that are not accommodated here. Some came and say we've got an engagement, they wanted to speak first. Then the other one, which I was supposed to speak here, they said no, put us at the last. So in between, we have the team that is assisting me to get the names of the people who will be presenting. Now, Ntate Ntombe is not here. Then I was given the name of Ntate Kuchwa. So I didn't know also the scope of the presentation of the initially identified speaker. So my understanding is that this organization, because now the initially identified individual in the name of Mr. Ntombe is not here, I was requested to replace him with Mr. Tucho. So I was just protecting that kind of a scope. So that's where I'm coming from. So what we have as the information which was countering what was happening, I didn't have that kind of information. So I'm being led, by the people from that particular organization, which means whoever suggested Mr. Kuchwa to speak on behalf of that disability forum could be the one who gave me the information that doesn't resonate with what we have. So that's why, that was the point why I said, let us allow him to speak. But if there is anything, we don't want to discard what we are saying. if we still have someone from the Disability Entrepreneurs Disability Forum who's going to come up with a different presentation from the one that was presented by Mr. Tujwa, we can allow him to do that. And then what I'm also going to request colleagues, even if it's not here, but even in future, when there are certain things that you see they don't go the way they are supposed to go, just be specific to say this is what we are requesting it to happen, so that at least even the presiding officer who might not be privy to certain information that you have. Remember that there is also, I think it's Winter Tutol who said this program was developed by you as a collective. So remember that I wasn't there when you were developing the program. So I work according to what we agreed upon and what I'm being advised by our officials to ensure that the program goes well. But that said, we can still allow whoever has been assigned or identified on behalf of the Entrepreneurs Disability Forum just to come if he's got something different from what has been presented. We can allow that to take place. Is there anyone who has been identified? Tate Nyembe? Tate Majara Ntlap. Tate Majara, you've got your own 5 minutes. The stage is yours, Tate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to say, to send an apology for the inconvenience it's in for now. I think it's more important for us to get to the point. Yes, indeed, Chair, we had, there were changes before, and we welcome it. Program Director, from the Free State Entrepreneurs with Disability, I'll be representing the entrepreneurs. One of the key element, Program Director, that we have is that the sector itself, it needs people who are making sure that the sector itself is so the economic transformation, it needs to be on the hands of everyone, whereby we will say we'll share the economy as a disabled people amongst ourselves. First of all, Program Director, you'll only find that the government support the disabled people by disability grant. If we may put on our mindset, if you multiply 1,800 by 230 people, Balangara province, ya Free State, you'll find it's far more than millions that we can create jobs for ourselves instead of getting grants on a monthly basis. If we can make sure that every department program director that are developing the entrepreneurs with disability, we're no longer looking forward to get financially as individual. The most important is this one, program director. We only find our people are funded as individuals, but when it comes to re-involve other sector, how it become a problem, because you will find the only person, yes, indeed, has got funding for 1 to 3, but at the end of the day, still, most of disabled people, they will still continue to say, we lack on this one. I do think it's more advisable for us as entrepreneurs to understand the economy, it has to be amongst ourselves at all. That's when we're going to say disability is no longer a problem. We cannot, program director, we cannot every now and then, as a sector, find ourselves going up and down, up and down. We did have a SIFA, Mavulindlela. SIFA Mavulindlela, when it was introduced, it was a lot of money that was aside for the disabled people, strictly for the disabled people. But if we can now try to find where the money works for, if I can ask someone to say, whoever who did receive money from SIFA Mavulindlela as a disabled person, you'll never get to anyone. So it's a challenge in a manner that the criteria that are used by the department, it's a criteria that closes the door for the disabled person. Yes, indeed, program director, we do have people who are taking decisions anyway, but the challenge is that how can you engage a person that you don't understand? How are we going to transform a person that of which yourself you don't even understand? We do differ, that the disabilities are all. But when it comes to business, everyone deserves to be in a business. But it has to be via what we as a parliament, we are providing with the information. The information that we are providing, that of which our people need to participate on every. Now I can just make an example of the same CIFA. You'll only find that CIFA, it has funding. But the same funding that we have, you'll always find that there's a problem of funding. That will never captured by our own disabled people. So we are going to say, the program director, how can we associate ourselves with the department? Because of the department itself, it takes the resolutions at their own stage, whereby we as disabled people, we cannot be included at all. And one of the most important one, the government officials must stop a mechanism of collecting stats. One of the problems that we have, the department, they are taking stats instead of implementing the truth. If one of our officials needs to report, you'll only find he will come to the organizations and ask, can you give me names of people who are the entrepreneurs? But when you ask, how many of them that you provide? None of them. Then that's a question. The third one, instead of doing, the government must collect funds and build the supply store for people to access the economy on their fingertips. We need our government to understand, if a government can have 20 million in bank and say, I'll open a supply chain where every person with disability, you will go there and take what you need to work on it and go back and work with it, and thereafter you pay back, you return the funds to the I don't know how can I put it, to the same supply chain, so that we can understand or we develop one another. We don't need people who are saying, yes, I did receive money today, but by tomorrow you find that person, he's broke again. It's one of our problems that we have. As CIFA, Mavulindlela held the 5 million, instead of giving it to its people as individual, like Negi Thalusa before, CIFA did have 5 million. That was subjected to come to us. But what happened, the reason why Raadsaal Khonolo told the report here that Chelete CIFA in Ebuagayo, it's because there is no one who's taking part in that program. The only people who were taking part in that program, CIFA Mavulindlela, they were connected with some people. Kalibitola, a person with disability, you will only find an official will take your name, abasebedisa, abanka funding aisa to some person. Elore had deserve to get that, and we cannot hold that person accountable because there is no one of us with disability who's taking decisions. Kara the same panel. If we can have a self-representative Karadi department, I think we're gonna go better, because we'll know even that they Tony, we put it you Kara the decision making CIFA Mavulindlela. We will understand it. We'll hold you accountable. Tell us how many people that you have funded Kara CIFA Mavulindlela. But it cannot happen because of there is no one who representing us in a sector. And I have the last one. And it will be easier for government to use our educational facility to be where the accessories such as watches, cell phones, talking watches, walking stick. Previously, we used to have the technical schools. If you look at model wa Japan, China, bana ba rona they start at the level ya di primary levels, whereby ba practice ho kopanya di watch. If you can check the watch, it's made in Japan, it's made in China. It's because they started by developing from their younger age. At the end of the day, you'll only find bana bao, bana skolo, barutwa, basenze bana le economy ba itshwereng ka letsohong la bona. Of which le rona re society disability kara Free State. I think if we can have a model whereby we say, let's develop our own children on a primary levels so that they can understand when I grew up, I must be an economist of our country, not a beggar of our country. Program director, and one of the key elements in we demonstrate, it's just only the smaller one here. Program director, we have this schedule, sir, like this one. There are people who, I know that there are people who don't see. Ne? This schedule ki blocks, ne? These blocks are divided. How na blocks it's running the blocks. That's how now we are living. Everyone is living for himself. Everyone is living in a manner na benefit. I don't care na muta pilaka na benefita in. That's why a business today, but by end of tomorrow you'll find the person has an chalet. Why? Because Rona how about chalet? If it's not chalet, only chalet. But if receive this model kitty blocks. That's what running. If my neighbor anale a business ya highly regisa let's say the chips now on the neighborhood I have to keep bonnet about it. My neighbor ya dutinganken na kitlisa stock near yena. Then the other one afanaka transport. That's a chain, that's a supply chain. That's how can we work. If our disabled people, our disabled society, it develop because the perception you say as individual, it break her down. Now look at you down because of there is nothing that you are achieving. As Kicholo Program Director, I would like to thank this opportunity for the entrepreneurs with disabilities. I hope even lady departments, they will understand we need as disabled people, entrepreneurs with disability, we need them to collect data. That data so that we can form everything, together as society, as a sector. Because the most important, the most key element, we must relay the entrepreneurs. Like such like this one, they need to be subsidized by our own disabled people. But it cannot be subsidized because we are only looking to the government to provide. But if we can have people who are economists, we will end up knowing exactly our people stand up for what we have. We will have a session like this one, maybe quarterly, because we will have our own disabled people who will fund our programs instead of waiting for our government to give us. I'm saying, as an entrepreneur of disability presenter, let us not be people who are giving. Let us not always try or government. Let's come with the models on how can Rona improve the government's role. Program Director, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Then we can give this opportunity to Mayor Motsweni. She's a director for special needs from the Department of Social Development.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you also to the Speaker for allowing us an opportunity to be part of this gathering. Apologies for the MEC for Social Development because she's got another engagement, there were clashes, and our senior management because they also wanted to be here. I've heard all the presentations, and I will ensure that I escalate them to our HOD and also to the MEC. But the main thing that I want to bring to everybody who's here is that this sector is not united. And we're going to have a problem to be innovative and go forward if we're still not united. And we've been saying that. I think we need to work on it. Because if you only concentrate on your organization or maybe people that you having the same disability with, it's not going to help us. We need to be united. We need to deal with this discrimination that we're talking about together so that we can win it. From the Department of Social Development, we're having a framework on disability empowerment and mainstreaming, which was a product of our working together with the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, wherein they came to show us the model that's working for people with disabilities to be engaged in activities in their own communities, to also assist in looking at those places that are not accessible and dealing with those. Because at some point we would be saying the building is accessible, but you find that the ramp is too steep or it's not the correct one. So we have to measure those as well to ensure that it's the correct ramp for the people to can access the buildings. So that model should be implemented in all our programs, in all our municipalities, our districts, mainly because now we also have in the district development model. We need to match those so that people with disabilities would take the lead in activities that are important for them, so that it's not the departments that are leading, but we are led by you and we can assist and follow. That's what we are expecting from you as the sector. Regarding the achievements, in this month only, we assisted the Free State wheelchair basketball players who are 40 plus years to go to a tournament at Ekurhuleni. And they won from that tournament. So it's those achievements that are showing that you've got the capabilities and you can do things for yourselves. At the moment, Botshabelo Innovation Hub is also inviting us to identify youth with disabilities, those that they can assist with computer skills and coding. So we should utilize those opportunities that we're getting, because even CUT was having a program where they were training young people with disabilities on respective skills. So our focus should be on technical skills for our children, for our youth, and even for the adults, because there are those who didn't finish their careers, but are able to can do things for themselves, the handcraft and all those things. So the call is that we should look at those innovations and be part of the activities that are assisting you to be winners. During the past COVID, our MEC committed to
ensure that the protective workshops that we're having would be transformed into business entities. And to cite one example is the one in Henneman, which came up with the sanitizer stands, but they even went further to ensure that that sanitizer stand also has that one that measures your temperature. So that was an innovation that they came up with, and those stands were sold to our ECD centers. So that was innovation that came from the organization, most of whom are blind or even have got challenges with their sight. So it is important that as we sit in these gatherings, we talk about how we can integrate whatever each one is doing for the benefit of all persons with disabilities, not only for your grouping or not only for those that are with you. So our commitment is that the Disability Empowerment and Mainstreaming Program is going to be implemented in all the districts, in all the municipalities, because in Thabo Mofutsanyana Maluta Phofung, it was a study site or a pilot project. So now we're having a framework that is guiding us in terms of how to do it. And that is the way to go, because it involves people with disabilities for them to do things for themselves. So let us work together, let us bring those resources that we're having together. Speaker, the concern that we're still having is that we're still seen as the Department of Disabilities. Social development, yes, we could be the lead department, but we're not the only department that is responsible. The white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities indicates exactly which department should be doing what. So it cannot be that it would be social development alone. We need to all be involved, and the legislature is going to help us even to have that matrix of the white paper signed, so that each department will take its responsibility. At the moment, we're still struggling. It's only ourselves as social development and the Office of the Premier. The others come as and when, and they don't provide their reports. So we need to be looking into that, so that the matrix is signed and there's commitment from all the departments. And just to say, I'm not bragging, but I'm saying social development is leading by example. We at 5% at the moment in terms of employment of persons with disabilities. And we also came up with a framework that deals with reasonable accommodation, wherein we sourcing the assistive devices that are assisting our colleagues with disabilities to do their work properly. So that is where we are, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
I'm sure Honorable Member Mukwena, as well as the Speaker, are listening attentively to this white paper document. The white paper is just a discussion document. But now, as part of our responsibilities as administrators, Speaker, through you, we'll just have to check what progress has been made on that white paper. Because normally white paper is only just there is no binding from whoever in terms of the monitoring. But now we have to see as to whether, was it developed to a policy document? Was it developed into a law? We need to look at all those dynamics, because I'm sure it was a policy of 2001 or something. I heard you saying it was. So we needed to monitor what it developed after that white paper. So you can't bind someone with his own discussion document. So an Honorable Speaker, I'm sure that one will also be captured. We'll have to check. Remember, from your research side, I think we need to follow this white paper to see what has been the development. Together with the Department of Social Development, they have to also to come and check whether was it broken into different policies or was it others have been made laws and what. We need to check it, Honorable Speaker. Through you, I was just highlighting that. So we are now coming to one of the important aspects of our program, which will be around the dialogue. I'm going to propose from the chair that let us use this 1 hour. It might also be less, because fortunately we've got a concrete proposal from the organizations, so that would actually assist us. So what we can use for this dialogue item, let us check what has not been mentioned, so that at least we fill the gap, rather than to come and discuss around the bush and not shooting straight from what we want. Maybe from the presentation there could have been some areas where you think that we are not that much specific, and we want to come up with better and specific recommendations, so that at least when the report is going to be compiled, we know that out of this we've got clear recommendations that are going to be submitted to different departments, so that when they respond to the legislature, we are able to zoom in specifically from your own recommendations. So this is going to be, there are no speakers on this item. We are going to allow people, you as the honorable members, to raise your hands, and then we'll identify you, and then we'll allow you to make your inputs. I'm going to tell, I've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hands. 10. We are going to give you only 3 minutes. Don't go beyond 3 minutes, so that we allow others to speak. Forget about the formalities of the protocol. You have been greeted. So don't say honorable chairperson, blah, 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 blah. Zoom straight to your recommendation, and then so that it can be properly captured. I didn't take your names. I just said 1, 2, 3. You have seen yourselves. You didn't raise your hand. So for those who didn't raise, whom I didn't identify, we will see when we go to the second round of questions. I counted you were 9. So let's go it that way. There was the first hand was there. Did you come here? It's fine. That meaning you can assist me to identify them so that they could. 3 minutes. Now on this one, now I'm going to be productive. Time is money. Remember that there are some delegates that have to go to a warden, so you don't want them to arrive in the evening. But at the same time, we are not going to compromise the quality of the product that you want to get out of this session. You can go, Mama. Okanaya, Mama. Re lebohile mama.
No, actually, Chairperson, my name is Bongani Madozi. I'm from Raadsaal. Kilumekisa wa speaker, the honorable members of the Kokotala Mona, co-chairperson, white paper is a discussion document. It's not a discussion document. It's a policy of the government. Very important for high discuss. Also,
Raadsaal to that discussion. It's fine, sure.
Because since we celebrate our government for example, if you check out even or
Thank you very much. The third one, Otlat. No, it's not your turn. It's not your turn.
Mine is just to comment, Chairperson.
Sorry, it's my mic.
I just want to raise a point of order. They were very short. I've been listening to a few speakers and they are very long. And remember now they've appointed 2 interpreters and I can see they're going on and on and on and they don't get a chance to even take a break. Now if we take long to just make 1 point or 2 points, then it becomes a challenge. For the sake of interpreters. Remember the interpreters sitting in the sign language. Hakuna wakanga break. Just 2 minutes or 1 minute to make your point clear. Yes.
Yeah, I hope later must straight and forward. I about the ruler. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just a comment, Chair, and also an emphasis to the recommendation made by TPSA earlier on. I was very, very pleased to hear you outlining the functions and the powers vested in the provincial legislature as led by the Honorable Speaker, Ms. Fuba, and also very, very happy to hear her, willing to champion the struggle of disabled people against disability by wanting to, for example, change the sitting arrangement in this legislation, to accommodate members with disabilities. As you can see, the mics are a bit far from some of us who are wheelchair users, and also the sitting arrangement with regard to sign language interpreters and the deaf users, the deaf persons becomes a problem. And also the technology failing us at some point. So I was very, very happy to hear that political willingness, and I wish that that could be, taken down to the municipalities, especially the council chambers, because if you get a political leader that drives that kind of a struggle for disabled people at provincial level, and I think at local government level, it is so imperative that also they champion that. Because without the political office bearers championing the struggle of disabled people against disability, there is nothing that can happen at local government level. Remember, people reside in local government, in municipalities. They don't stay in provinces, and provinces are made by municipalities, which has the people, which disabled people reside in. So mine is just to say, I wish that the Speaker can take this down to the speakers of the councils as well as the executive mayors in the municipalities. I also want to echo the proposal made by TPSA earlier on that maybe to try and achieve our goals of this parliament, we need to establish a parliamentary disability monitoring and oversight committee, which amongst others is going to look at the previous parliament's declarations of 2021, because we have actually moved in terms of the declarations. Look into that report and also look into today's parliament's report that we were able to craft a way forward. And that committee be given some powers that it be able to coordinate all the government departments, including the Department of the Premier, because we are seeing a lot of departments not coming forth when it comes to disability, except for DST and some of the local municipalities. So we need to have that committee given the functions and the powers to be able to implement those declarations made by this parliament. That's my input, Chairperson, so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were straight to the point as the and the approval of the session. Oh, come on. Kauta wachesa.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, tima Mike. Kile Willem. O kana bua ma. Ntate wa chisa pela ha mono ke go ba fele pele sitting ya ona collapse.
Sira yeli ntuli ezalanda hayiqali
kaofela re tswa diimpiso ho ntso etsahala the same thing yena e etsahala ka jwale e fihla e mmakatsa ka parliament e be etsahala ka mantswe ha re nkellwe ha re nkellwe hlooho ka kgwedi ya rona be re sa nkellwe hloohong ka tsela e tjena because rona jwale ka ha re fuwe program is it? If your program is it? Chairperson, I give you a garden for Timpa. We were lied to. Because I don't know what program is it, when I change the states, I think. Also, Monterey, the research blows the Fumana change the state. Là, c'est mon première la caméra routine, bisogna di zero poi di giocare. Ha qualche kan wala di ya. Ko di relevant people but the hand can white people. Never can give you anyone. How are you? They are sending some people. And the legislature can actually tell over to you. What about for to the war on another? Diko le ka go di push ba ke le bolela gore next year kana go ina ka be le mona gella ka the same thing. Now I'm saying it ke batla go bua in straight to we are going to come again here really the organization tsena ka ofela ke wala ka sa DPSA re tlola with the same thing next year kana go because those leaders bana ba ntse ba pusha agenda tsa bona tsa leadership then bona ba tlhokeya mo ba di battle tsa bona ha ba la taba re tlola ke na go fitlela I'm telling you lo the speaker ke ya le mane le motshwara studio ke ya ka pele ka mane le bona ba na le upper people batho ba na ha o ka etsa hala hore ba se ba kgona go tswelella mane hodimo ka di position tse tsa bona tse ba di lwanela batho ba bona mo ba ha ba kgona go implementa next batho be le bona be re ba hlokang ba tlameha batho re se ka nna ka event ha ba le teng ba assistwa ke speaker ba assistwa ke studio man at least re tla be re kgona ho isa di relevant questions ho batho ba right be le bona ba kgona hore ba instructe di office tsena tse re llang ka tsona ke tsona fela di tlhatsela ke la ka tsona ho ba le bonneteng ba taba re lile ho di meyara bona re tla kgethola bobedi last year o ntse o le mona re lla ka tsona some of the issues are the same tse re lla ka tsona hona mona legislature but how about ntho tjhintjhile but now all I'm saying ke the chairperson I'm appealing to say please bear with all these hearts. Bear with all these tears, because really, for us to see our life changing, it's because of you, because all the seats there where you are seated now, and you, chairperson, we have faith in you. We hope, we beg and we hope that you will do the right thing. After Kenya Mata Kamoga, the leaders tsa tsena tse re di hlokang hore di re lwanele ha se ke rata happen next year re be re tla ka tsona dilo tsena ho sena ntho e nngwe e etseng ke a leboha
tima mic ntate o nwe metsi a o qeta
thank you program director mutshwara ya pele ke ni na ka o fitisa zohle ka o fela ke problem ena le dilenion ka ho ntlo ya letsa legislation ka hora motsa tselo ka le kimona problem ya ka ha e tshwane tsa batho o bane nna ke kgonolo ema ke mo ba hore na kwetla program le la hane hore hona le di visual impacts batho ba di visual impacts partially sighted total blind partially blind please how you to the currency ma ke a tseba ka loka ntlaka e mo ya bobedi ke ya hore no fourth industrial revolution, approach the fifth one. Mare, how to sheba, Ronababa, let the first industrial revolution have Sophie. Lebaka Kilena. Our understanding, colleagues, or a disability is a cross-cutting sector or issue. Hakibuaka this thing industrial revolution. Otofumana hore najolo kamoto partially cited kidizemba noche. Baba banali secret pins za bank. Na hakifika mo ATM mali kelokela ko ngetse ha security le disiyo. Ke tlo enda ba ke file tsotsi pin number yaka. No tjena nna ha ke tsamaya ke ka bitsa di shop ka mabitso. Ke lo tsamaya hore ke sebedisa cash hobane ha ke fita ka ra di shop batho ba sebedisa di cash no ba swipe. Ke a kopa hore le private sector ska ba shebana le government fela. Le private sector ke re shebe hobane le teng ga failwa as disabled people. And then ya ukatela e ba ka ho qetella ka yona. Madam Speaker, ke kopa this system e sebediswang ke the Department of Health ena ya holata bakudi hore a re sa sheba e le rona jwale re le people with disability. Batho ba tsoa ka 4 o'clock motho o a ka 4 o'clock koloi ya bakudi e fihla ka 5. Ha o sheba mo clinic o thibulwa ka 7 or half past 7. Moto asa boneng the weather conditions they are favorable. Ha batho ba ba le ya mo yena pula ya mone. Ha ba ka ho ya simple go pila tate ka toilet le ya tate ga le bo ka toilet e accessible for us. Ha motho ba ka ba toilet clinic kwetsi ulo ya ka na o motho wa jwale ra go pa hore go pila le me motho le disability ha ga ka ba focus on fela on social development. Dintlha tsa rona dingata ene tse ding tsa tsona di bohlokwa tse di program director.
Comrade in which way? Yeah.
Other thing is employment. Kahara mosebetsi. Go sa go tsere bua ka orna ya tla mo batla ka ba atla o fumana ka atla sana national quota. Re shebile hore ka hare go mosebetsi na batho ba rona ba tshwarehile ka tsela efeng. Ya pele re tla mo sheba go ba le baka le ho letsa hore re bue ka yona. Re ne re na le document e ne le ntle ka 2000 e ne re bua ka yona ya imvuselelo campaign. E le hore ne re tswa go la ka hare ho freedom charter. So eleng tse dintho tse di tsetsa pele tsela tsa hore na re ka conducta jwang hore ka ba hona re ka ifumana re le jwang re le batho ba disabled mara le ha jwale ke bua 2000 le ha jwale re santane re eme mo re bua tabanya mosebetsi tabeng ena mosebetsi re shebane le ntho tsa hore constitution ya rona ya re favor ha e re favora re tla re le ka mosebetsi fela ha se re ka mosebetsi ha sa re favor le baka kilena department tsa labor dina le A1 form ka hare mosebetsi ka manta tsona ke Employment Equity Act e ba tseba bua ka yona e tla ha se re le ka hare mosebetsi Employment Equity Act ha e sa sebetsa ka tsela ya ho sebetsa ya hore rona re kgona ho bona re benefit ka tsela efeng because of that issue ya statistics ra mosebetsi tla ba reportela labor hore no batho ba ka be ke ba fumaneng ke bana ka tsela additional quota. Again, tsela e leng hore o fumana ka hare ho mafapha a rona re na le bo di reasonable accommodation and assistive devices o kene ka hare mosebetsi ha o fumane tsela ya hore o kgone ho di fumana hobane disare ha o kena ka hare ho mosebetsi ebe karolo ya ho qala mosebetsi wa hao ho etsetsa hore mosebetsi wa hao o be bobebe le ke a kgola lebaka ke budget re tlohe mono ebe taba ya hore na hara di-building tsena kaofela o santse o be le lefapha la department tsa di-works tse shebang hore ho na le universal design and access hore batho ba rona ba kgona ho kena ba fumantshwa mesebetsi ka nako nngwe o tla fumana hore wena o fumantshwe mosebetsi lebaka ke hore boqhwala ba hao ha o kgone ho kena mo a o itseng ka baka le la hore re re OHS OSHA Act e kopantshe le universal design and access re bona hore na hobane ga tseba universal design and access e kentse rona e phela rona ka hare ka ho specifications tsa teng kaofela di tlo fana ka tsela e hlakileng kapa e hlakwetseng re tlohe re fumane ka hare ke bue ka hara mosebetsi nna ke ka hare ho mosebetsi re bua ka special programs tse re nang le tsona special programs tse re nang le tsona re na le national fela ha e ka boemo ba province ha e tshwane le national e lahlile moelelo re se re gola re sheba social development ba bua social model ha re sa bona special program sa bona re sheba bona special program ke eng special program se sebetsa hand in glove le department tsa public service and administration ho latela di-policy tse teng tse ka yang ho job access strategy and implementation of people with disability so re a ke dintho tse leng ka opela tsona re tsena le ka hara yona implement act re tsena le affirmative action o push sa ke sebetsong ho le la fibe ha ona motho a tseba tse di tsa dintho tse di ga di crepa di a fatshe ha re sa kgona hore re be le lentswe le dileng because of document ha e tla fana ka e ananela kaofela ha nako e ntse ya sa le document ya rona e lahlile moelelo tse ding tsa dintho tse re di sheba ka hare ho special program sa rona re fumana re na le lento la bomme re na le lento la batjha re na le lento la batho ba qhwadileng ka tlase ho batho ba qhwadileng re na le lebaka la hore kaofela ena batho ba qhwadileng e cut across ena le batjha ena le batho ba bomme fela ha e fumantshwe monyetla so ke tse ding tsa dintho tse re shebang lebaka ke budget le teng re kgutla re shebe hona ka hare ho tsena kaofela ho ntse re na le di-plethora of policies and frameworks and also embarking on the international treaties like UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability ke mo re fumana hore tse ding tsa dintho it means ho na le mo e leng hore ho telwa UN United Nations ka maphelo a batho ba nang le boqhwala re tlo re shebe hore na because of re tlo sheba ka hare ho tsena kaofela tse nang le tsona special program tsa rona ha di sa kgona function kaofela bona ba lahlile moelelo hore na ka hare ho mosebetsi sa ntlo o etsang santse ho awe fora motho ya ka ka ho fihla a amohelwe ka di-policies tse ka ka di kentse no tjena ho rashwa ahead NDP which is 2030 se sa le ke na go ka ho fihla yo 8 years so ke mana fumana mosebetsi ke masa fumana mosebetsi ke potso tsa rona ra fumana hape re na le ya 6 edition ya no tjena ne batho ba administration e le hore e bua ka medium term strategic frameworks le tsona di so ba di incredible ho dintho tse leng hore re di ntshetsa pele white paper talk less of it hobane ke tse ding tsa dintho tse santse di ntshetswa pele ka hare ho batho ba rona ba leng hore ba ka special program batho ba rona ba di tsebe tsena tse dintho tse dintho fela tse leng hore ke tshomo ke dintho tse leng hore santse di kenywa tshebetsong ka ho phethahala ka ho ke ne ke ha re ka seolla ka ba fumana tsela ya hore ka hare ho management di senior star se re bua ba le ka tlase ho batho ba leng hore o patalwa ke department tsa public service administration re tloela di-political appointees ba etse di-done their job hore batho ba tle ba kgona ho etsa disebusela pampedi sa existing currently and then re bua ka HOD tsa rona ke tsile ka grade 3 ntho ya hore ba be teng ka hare ho mafapha a rona e ka re ha ba kgone hore ba nke tsane kaofela ba di ntshetse ka tse ba di fumana ka hare ho DPSA Department of Public Service and Administration hore ba di ntshetse pele ka hare ho mafapha a bona so yena kaofela yona e etsa ba bona tla fumana se le department ka fumana human resource e se le yona e le special program of which ba le so patala bitika bona e le ntho e leng hore ha e ntle ho ha jwale ra tloha mono re a sheba hore na ke eng e leng hore kana e leng hore rona batho ba nang le disability re e entse because of how go sheba re fumana re na le re na le bill of rights ya cover ra ke ditse ha e cover to the fullest le ba go re ntse ke tloa re fitla re shebe ka hare ho lefapha la rona la to mafapha ana mo fela re sebetsang ka ona se ke kenyeletsa le yona chapter 9 institution chapter 9 institution re ne re kopa re pile tsa hape hore ha ho be ha jwalo ka ho bile le entrance interview ha ho be le exit interview hantle re bona ba batho ba rona ba lelekwa ka ba thoswa mesebetsing ka ba resign ka ba etsa eng ha ho be le exit interview ke re ka tseba hore na se sosa ke eng o ka fumana se sosa ke taba hore tsona di devices ka ba reasonable accommodation it has not been fulfilled fully go batho ba rona hobane ka nako tsa ha o tla o sheba o ke na le bokgona bo itseng mara document ha e ba jwalo ka tata ke ka hlalosa hore mongolo mona se mongolo ka kgona ho bona le nna ke a leka jwalo ka yena fela ha se ntho tse leng hore ha ke mona ka tsona ke batla ho ntshetsa pele tabelo tsa setjhaba sa heso kapa bokgwala in general ka hare ho mosebetsi re shebile taba ya hore re na le di-frameworks tse ke bile ka tsona tse kaofela tsona re na le di-policies re ne re kopa boipiletso ba hore ho tlo ho be le desk e kana e sebetsana mmoho le department tsa office of the status office of the premier hore ho monitorwe le ho fast track between department tsa DPSA, between department tsa women, youth and people with disability. Re se re shebile le ka ho lefapha la naha ya hore batho bana o hloka re ka fa lebitso ga le ke provincial disability advisory desk hobane re na le desk bo mo national mara ebe ebe yona e tla tang e nka dintlha kaofela tsona ho toboketsa tseo re di buang fana ha o etsa se ka lela bule jalo ka bana ka kareng re tla be re ka ha re ke hantle ha o mona tolela bule ke a leboha
re starte mo ebe ba lona le babedi ka morao ka mo
Honourable Speaker, Chairperson, ke a le dumedisa kaofela ba teng ka hara ntlo ya ketsamolao ke leboetse monyetla o ko fuweng potso tsa ka kapa di-comment tsa ka they are addressed to my Honourable Speaker. Ke tlo kopa fela Honourable Speaker ha o ka ba le ntho e re bitsang task team hona mona legislature e tlo kgona ho monitor hore accessibility e ba teng mafapheng ana kaofela hape ntlha ya bobedi Honourable Speaker task team e ha e qeta e tswe hape e leke go checka hore na batho ba disabled ba fumana monyetla especially ha re bua ka di-small business funding ke batho ba bakae ba fumanang funding my Honourable Speaker hape ke kopa o ele hloko ntlha ena kaofela mafapha ka nnete ke batla ho jwetsa nnete tsatsing lena batho ba sa utlwing ba safara ha ke tsebe na ho etsahalang ka Department of Sports, Arts and Culture hobaneng ba itse ba tla thusa ka service eno ya interpreting services but I can guarantee you deaf people are suffering because they don't meet ha ba etse tshepiso ya bona hobane ba itse ba tla thusa ka service eo ntlha e nngwe hape ke hore ba tlisa di-interpreters tse seng professional ba sa kgoneng ho etsa mosebetsi ke ile Mangaung traffic department ke lekile ho communicate le batho ba ke ba fumaneng mo ho no sena interpreter ke lekile ho signa ebe jwale ke fumana attitude bane jwale ha ba kgone ho kutlwisisana ke itseng ke ne ke re ke lekile ho nka spela ha ona motho a nthusitseng ke kene ka kgola ka hora ya bo supa o fitlela ka 12 ke ntse ke emetse thuso ke le ka ho communicate ebe ba mpotsa hore na ke tlile interpreter ke a kopa my honorable speaker ho na le di-interpreters tse teng tse leng hore ba ka kgona ho thusa deaf people ba ba fe service e hantle ka nnete I don't want to hear as well mafapheng mona ebe ho bitswa di-fake interpreters. How advertise your post ya interpreter ke kopa le bitse a deaf organization hobane a deaf organization e tla e thusa e sa bonnete ba hore this person is a good interpreter, it's a professional interpreter. Re kgathetse go bona batho ba utlwang banka position tsa rona mo rona re hlokahalang teng di-opinion tsa rona di hlokahala empa ba sa re bitse mohlang sign language bang the 12th official language mona South Africa e tlo ba mathata jwale ke a kopa speaker a saka hore please ke kopa o ele ntlha tsena hloko ntlha e nngwe hape e ke batlang ho e raisa le wena my honorable speaker ka nako tse ding our disabled colleagues kapa basebetsi mmoho ba rata ho nka position ena ya ho toloka ke nnete ba e tseba sign language ba tla be ba na le background empa ka nnete we need a professional sign language interpreter ha re batle motho e leng hore o tla tla mona a tlo presenta ka di-issues tsa rona really disabled ka bolona lebaka le etsang hore ke raise ntlha tsena kaofela nna I'm a social auxiliary worker ke sebetsa haholo le deaf community jwale o thole hore our deaf people they go to the police station to report the cases ba kena mohlomong ba tla tsamayana ba entlo ha ho na le bothata ebe he ho kopua motho fela community ngo ga tlo hlalosa ebe he case ena ha e thusa hale ho hang hobane ba kopa motho fela hore re kopa go hlalosetsa motho ona na o re jwale ebe motho ona o hlolwa go bula case hobane jwale motho a deaf ha ho express hantle e se ka rona batho ba deaf ntlha tsa rona ha di kgone ho utlwahala hobane re sena service ena ya interpreting. Lastly, Speaker, ke kopa ho raise ntlha ena ya Department of Housing ka nnete le yona ntlha eno re kgathetse go tla bo etswa announcement rona re tla be re sa utlwe letho hore ho fumanwa ditshakae re tla be re apply empa ha hona information e fihlang hore na has it been approved ho hlokahala eng o ka thola hore ke batho ba bangata ba deaf ba eleng hore ba tseba misa information and ba hloka matlo hona jwale ke ile hostel number 1 ebe ha ke fihla mono ho theno ha ba so buli motho na o mpha attitude ora ka se kgone ho nthusa ba batla ho ngola pampiring hore ba kgone ho mpha information e felletseng ene ke ne ke ile mono bonnete fela ka ho batla fela information ho utlwisisa hore na process ya ho apply la ditshana ke efeng ke tsona fela dintlha tsa ka my honorable speaker ra kopa jalo ka deaf community re kopa mafapha kaofela ka thuso ya hao ba ke ba utlwe di-frustrations tsa batho bana ba deaf, especially deaf people. Yes, disability at large, but haholo deaf people. Raising from them. So I'm just a messenger Ki ile ka bua le mme Mameki, jwale ke batla ho sebedisa monyetla ona o kgone ho utlwa dintlha kaofela tse sa lebella ka tsona as ke le ka ho hlahisa ntlha tsena hape ke kopa ho leboha hore ebe o dutse le rona letshehare kaofela o bile teng meeting ke a tseba some MECs ba na le tendency ya hore ebe ga ba mema ebe ha ba be le rona letshehare kaofela. Some of them ba nahana hore ha re tlile re tletse fela dijo ebe ra tsamaya, but I'm glad o bile teng. Premier lena hayo, Mameki hayo, but disability at large it. So I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed. We are not here for food. Harbatli ho isa pele haholo, but ke thabetse fela ha o bile teng letshehare kaofela ho tlo re support le ho utlwa maikutlo a rona. Ke a leboha Deputy Permanent Speaker.
At the back there, only 2 remaining speakers. Did you raise your hand?
Thank you, Program Director. Program Director, the emphasis on employment. Employment rate needs to be increased of persons with disability and parents of children. Employing persons with disabilities, fears and realities. We are having a challenge where if we are not going to allow a disability sector, or DPSA in particular, to design a user-friendly, accommodative policies for issuer employment. Program Director, we need to draw up a clear requirement that seeks to address unemployment of disabled persons. Look, in the municipalities, we've seen it. Our party the mode. Ufumana hore, who design you got the Rabata refilwe, albinism, yamutelele, so could you show about at least and really our a relevant person for a particular position. Program Director, there is this thing understanding the needs both as an employer and employee. Look, when it's into some municipality, there's this deaf lady resigning solely because she felt Ramosebeti hamu kwisis. At the same time, the fellow employees have kwisis. Jalo ba frustrated to get the jalo lebu Ramosebeti kabakala waneng how kwisise. So re kopa re thole thuso ya di issues tsena tse re buang ka tsona. Ntate correctly has said gore le mo se fitileng le ntse re bua tsona ntotse re gutile hape re ya di bua. Ha benyane le mo se latelang go se be implementation ya these things that you are talking about aketse. Program Director, employers tend to have this erroneous assumption that the disability will likely underperform in most areas. Look, it's so simple. Her job description, ibue se tlamehang ho etsahala, se eloreng se bua ka motho ena a employee. Because today, unkopanya le motho ena a utlwisisang hore ho etsahalang. Now understand hore, like correctly said by Elsina Mo, ke motho eo e loreng ke hloka sa nna mo interpreta hore o nkutlwisisang. But kutliswa gore o tla bo ignore fela solely because o fila fela hore ona tsa batla o hira. Jwale ke mo hirile o batlang. So it's a problem for us as a disability sector. So if those things di ka addresswa, ising khale as in yesterday, will clearly abort legislature. I thank you.
ke na le di speaker tse tharo tsa ho qetela tse ke tlo o fa monyetla, the last 3 ke na ke tla nna the 4 ke wena no. Remember, we've got 1 hour 10 minutes for this session. We know you all want to say something, but I'll be quick. Please be quick. Be quick. Now I'll see what to do. Yeah, Ariana. Kuena, then Kuena. Kwataka the side. Then Kidalu the last 3 the side. Kitabwana Kitwizangam. Over to you. Switch off your mic, Mon Tate Toli.
One of the key points we be aware Ramona emphasize the white paper on the rights of persons with disability. Implement there. That's the purpose of Ramona. We are not here to come and say government. The most important for the white paper must be implemented, and it must be we need to be included. The second one, Madam Speaker. Executive mayors that blankets that district so that bad cover up so that how the legislature it will implement that the white paper but we understand the problem is we talk at the legislature level, but when it comes to down to there we only find out people answer the same question or not. What is the white paper? And we tried as many times to involve the executive leaders the white paper. The challenge for it becomes about if we want to qualification, executive qualification and thank you. Speaker Rahane Abulonsi. Correct, but I fellow demonstrate why reclaimona white paper, implement and implement in a professional manner. How about Madam Speaker saying, removing of a barrier, of which Kahara white paper is a pillar number 1. Abuaka, a Bill of Rights. Kahara, the white paper, a Bill of Rights, is pillar number 6. Abuaka, inclusive, accessible. How we check Kahara white paper? It's a pillar number 8. That means if we can talk about the white paper, regulate this parliament, way back more than 1 day, they will understand. But the executive mayors, because now it's a challenge over now and then they complain as if about possessions about Baba in Kara municipality. Acknowledge Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how can you go on unprofessional, but to back in it to Zavo. Now, no one cannot ask us to listen and that the honorable Sam Machine because since Kunswana will cover disability in Nigeria, I can so. The challenges are not denied, and I don't think Stulos and that Sam Machine Haga teaching out like Zoromoto, respecting position in iPhone. Ki acknowledge our we or accessibility it honorable chair, health department. The assistive devices billable, simple health department. Nowadays, the health department is the assistive devices starting. It can't a business. Honorable Speaker, ke na le 2 years. Hanga ka bontsha eni le ke lengwelela artificial ke tsamang ka yona now. Ha o tlo believe or ha motho bana for 2 years ha ona lengwele ka hara le go le ka gona gore le ke ngwe ke replace lengwele le ke lo. Kana go engwe ke batla ya go tsamaya ke meglo murlo advocate dem for what what disabled. Ha ke gone go tsamaya because of lengwele la artificial ya ka. And it become a problem or Catalan that told you program or program. You don't know the program start. But I don't know I cannot go there because artificial yeah. Let's take King Health Department there and the assistive devices, a walking stick it's a tool able for everything. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The last one from this side. Sishama ke montate.
pele ke ne ke le setho sa HIV council ke ne ke le member ya setho sa HIV council mo re sebeditse ka naha wa empa kae ka hare ka mo ka ro council ka mo ga fumana ga ke kgone ke thole thuso wa le toro kwen le siko ke sena motho a tobokela ya ba ke se ba setho fela se ditseng fela se sa kgone go bua ke sa kgone go etsa letho ha go tle letho le bua ka mo ya ba ka tela ba ntlhelela ka thoko ka le baka la ho ba le itse la ka lona ntse le teng ba ba se ba ntlhelela ka thoko ba ha di kgone ho tswela pele le bona di kgone ho ntsha maikutlo le ka taba tsa dithuto tsa HIV ka ba tsena ka ofela tsona tse o buang ka tsona ka ho ka seleng me ba ke ketella ke se ke le ka ntle mentaba yo le yona o no hloka lona nako e tlang in future ke share hore batho ka ofela ba ke le tse di council tsa tsona le tseno e ne se kana ba dithuso re be re ntse re phela ka thoko ke go ba mo ke re thuswe batho ba sala mo ba tlo phela ka thoko parlamente mo ka bo yona ke sheba le taba ya taba HIV hona ho etsa ka teng ka council eo go ba ba le fund di teng tse fuwa tse ntshwa mpa batho ba ja tšhelete ba le bang ha e fihle mo tshwantseng re fihlele teng ba ipatala bona e sa etsa mosebetsi o tshwantseng o etsa mekgatlo e teng monana e ntse e tshwanetse o fuwa tšhelete mpa ha e fumane tšhelete e fumanwa ke batho ba ntseng fela ba ipatala ka bo bona fela mme rona ha re kgone re ka tswela pele ke bothata ha di qetela social development mo batho ba disabled re fumana re arohane ka mekgahlelo ya rona hobane ha re ile mo ba arohane department mo go ha feilwa mo ha ona tswelo pele mo ke bothata bo ha o kgona le go tswela pele hobane nako yohle ha wa sailwa mona ha wa etswa ke mathata re ketelo o sena ditho tse go patalwa mo le mekgatlo e ketele sa go fumana dibante ka tsela tshwanetse mme batho ba tla bua re a bua empa bothata go ga feilwa mo ha re tshwanetse go fumana difate tsa rona ka bo tshwanetse re thola tswelo pele mme re kopa speaker ka ne re bua se ke re thuse le malapeng
ke na le batho ba 4 ba o qetela ba ka mo side ke 1 2 3 4 then you will be done got this item ha re qala ka wena mme ntse gona le wa qetela ka mo a re dumelle mme ka mona pele le wena ihlaloso mang o mfositse go ke ihlaloso
the whole day today, especially in the Maspaling High EU, because when the majority of the meetings are personal disability. Hey, I'm definitely you want to get that door as for the transport that the Buddha. Can you take a second at home? Speaker, can I get a one at some property? But not the problem, especially when you trial as a book and undertaking. The police station in Baba, can I case it in the Capanadona, Yamotana or what if? Abitui in that one. But I think I'm clear into a police station because of lack of communication. He said, I dropped your failure. In a moment, I will not talk to someone of Mary's a jockey like a may have seen a motobuhana. For a motor of a who is in between the man. How answer I would do one who I've seen a thing. I cannot demonstrate one I can be taking that way. So you can talk about a company once had one. Who will show up no guy already, relevant sign language interpreters. Depending on over, which when I am interpreters, it's very important. And begin to move public works. Hona the buildings in what is a government day. It's 3 or 4 years back. Motokupa building where one and building a yaska, they vandalize you. What is my public works was the Molokupa building yella? One and one can come out to one and one. Who told one of them about a building and never full building yella. If they vandalize very fair. Reacopa, Shaban was a local speaker, we don't know how you feel about the rest are really disabled and understand. Reclaim that entire special program. Come that day, we be looking at the province. I tell you, like I let you maspali. Neganapata Egar, this department has a special program. Deeds a political office. Because had it, I said it, budget ya tsona. Go tlo thwe budget e teng, ha o tlo tseba hore na ho etsahetseng, go tse submit program e tla submitted, but ha gona le A1 e tswelang pele. So ile ka go nna e ka office ya city manager, so that motho wane a dule a ntse a le teng, because a politician ena e tswa motho no wa tswa o tla o tlo kena ka ba bantšha dilo tse di that is why e ka re dintho a di tswelle pele. It's because of motho ena hore motho ka ba go for 5 years, after 5 years phuma o abe go tsena motho o tlo tla maya a ithuta ke lemo sa boraro a hlaphela bule ya matlo, sa bo 4 ke di campaign, sa bo 5 ke di elections di watch go tsena motšha. So it's very dangerous, because I want to tlo le tsere like when the people are re tlo le re to A1 every year. Is because of motho ntho ya implemented that nyeme that work to you ntho mass speaker re check on ra bua ka 1% e le hore ke ba permanent na kapa ke temporary. Ko pamela a go e check, and then re check on ra bua ka 1% re shebile kae haholo, because the mass spelling is a problem, but ba disability ha ba ke mathata go tlotswe tsenya list ya kena ha ona ntho o I wana kena. Re check on ha re bua ka implement yo 1% eo ha re bika PWP na kapa di-pep tse re bonang di le teng na. Ke kopa re check eo ga kana ke a leboga.
Re ke qete ka 4 ya ka ka 2 minutes re tla be re qetile.
Especially Peruno. Now, kabaka la hore re fihla dipetlele hoseng mme ambulance e fihle late, so re a bata haholo, especially rona batho ba phelang le disability. E ne ka re ditulo tseo di ka tjhentjhuwa tsa kenywa tse comfortable la e ka ba di-sofa, but then project eo ya fuwa batho ba nang le disability hobane they know the pain. Ne ke kopa social development e shebisise eo taba. E nngwe ya taba ke lla ka di-doctor tse re sebeletsang ka hara SASSA e ne ka re di ka tjhentjhuwa doctor tsa rona di fa batho ba senang disability grant, then they ignore batho ba e leng hore ba na le disability, kapo ne ba batla re ba butswanyana so that ba re kgone ho nkela serame. Now ne re kopa e shebisiswe haholo because of e re dia moya, because ho benefit batho ba e leng hore ha ba tlameha ho benefit. Ya o qetela ke lla ka taba tsena tsa mane. Now ka lebaka la hore re dula re le family e ngata ngata ka ntlong ha ke hlokana ke le motho a nang le disability e le hore bana ba ka ba sala ba tshwarwa ka tsela e fosahetseng ba tla ba jwetsa hore ka taba tse ngata so ne re kopa ne hore ke builane ba dito ne ke tshaba mohlang ke tla lentswe la ka le lokile le tšhile ke sefuba mara nna ke gore ke sefuba fela ke a leboga
lentswe leo le re thusitse latšha ka mokgontso re lwantsha ka teng le thusitse lentswe le le latšha thank you.
re tletse implementation ya white paper. Ha rona se rona re implementa ga o motho a tla tswa Lesotho ba tlo implementela yona. Ra implementa go tloga gona tjena. E re ka ha ya dimasepaleng ba tseba gore batho ba phadileng ha ba o mema eya ba lo founela ba le kaofela ba bo speakeng. Re kopa hona o le mmabona ka motho o na le bona o na le motho ha wa tla mona wa address a fela bo sia ka bona ba hlola ke bona. Re kopa le chief wa majority party le yena o founela hore ha ke o nya program ba kopa hore by us ba kopa hore no ba le tsena tse re kopa madam speaker tamile go support hore di etsa and re ha se wena go di etsa ke bona le ba di etsa then ha ba di etsa tamile ba bona hore batho ba bua ntho ya ba tla bona then re shabulela ha sa batla re batla by us mago ka mo go nkile na go ka teng ba file ke le bona o la ba consult ha o etsa program ba dumela so ha ba nyatse wena ba nyatsa go wa wena ba dumetse jwale re kopa hore ke bona ba a ntate mo bule mana ba di masepala go ba tsela ya etsa jwale ba hle ba bo and re kopa hape le speaker ke sa ba so file PA ya hana na ba founela ha go be fila speaker e be by us go ka bana ba ka bona ba ile by us wa ita implementa na ha ba ba mo madam speaker ya bobedi ke se ba tsela tsa founa ya bobedi ke na go ntwana ha ba ntse ba bua hona ba le ditse go le ntaba tsa hore ba go etsa di-committee whatever hona le di-constituency people time kana bona di-constituency people ke hona mo re tlamehile go bona o bitse DPSA hape lona me ga bona hape go ya hape lo sheba go matona a etsa ke na go constituency people to eno di se go wa isa go tla tlhalosetsa le go sheba se mo sa tsebeng go go ke etsa ha e ka kana leno ke na go tshepa go go se re emela mohla parlamente le dula ha se la ha go tla next year na ba tla go ha ka selemo re ne go kopana ba constituency people ta ke ona go fara ka ma o se tlo Yes,
the only thing relevant to your presentation is the second part. But letting I now implement the manner in which we propose. The proposal is that the Retobale Steering Committee, after the compilation of the report, the team speaker to establish more legislature, and then from your team, it will be to check out the content of the report, but you may know report the outcomes it's correct at this gathering, and then the report will executive in Bafuenako, each one respond that committee steering committee to assess the responses to the executive, and then have another session so that to a formal and official report back to this gathering, which will be another parliament of the people, the rest. Now, our speaker, a phone premier, the other MEC, SMO, we are not even supposed to go there. You know how leadership work. And whatever in each and every meeting, we don't need to apology. An apology again, I like meeting. To say ni kika ile tla ko mo meeting mo but ka baka la mabaka itse ga ke nawo then ke tender my apology, which is what we did when we started. So I think it will be wrong from your side as a leader or go be speaker to do what you are asking her to do. I think it's totally wrong. But the issue I think the expression is ile ya hore ha re ta mo leveleng ya implementation ya di resolutions ya ka mantso batho ba bangata ba hlalositse hore ha re batle next day re tlo bua the same. Next year, we will do more parliament to committee it constitute ke staff as a speaker, maybe after more I don't know whether DPSA it coordinate in that committee. But to monitor compilation of the report, adoption of the report, communication of the resolution of this gathering to the executive, speaker ba arabe report e tle re tlo analyze re assess hona I respond to all the recommendations tse re na le tsone ho botlo ba le seboka sena se ileng go jwale that committee ka nna yone tlo determine gona ke mang a tshwanetse a tla tlo fana ka that report publicly to everyone who's gathered here, including the ba bang ba tla ba disiko. A ke report a tlo gona as the individuals it tla to the sector. So at that time that process will unfold. So that one our speaker phone, we are not going to allow it to happen. Re tanka ena ya bobedi se tsena already the recommendation at it. So re tlo sala ka batho ba bedi re tlo kopa wena mme ntato e se mme a kwala ha re fe mme matla kopa bitsen that your hands o monate then re setse ka motho wa dila siko le mme ko wena o kwala njwana but ha o kwala e kwena but ha re kwala re go fa selemo kaofela. Mike wa okay eh o qetile le wena ba o coverile o ska tsaba o ba o coverile.
Madam Speaker, nna ke tlo buela tabeng ya matlo. Ke tlo kopa tswetswe matlo ha etsuwa. Re na le bana ba nang le boqhwala ba sebedisang di-wheelchair. Tswetswe matlo ha etsuwa re kopa ho etsuwe di-ramp moo bana ba ka kgona hore ba be comfortable ha ba kena ebile ba tswa. Ya bobedi bothata bo kenang le bona Madam Speaker, o ka fumana re le di-center manager tse ngata bothata ba bona ke ditsha. O tla fumana re fumana di-fundera jwalo ka social development ka o botsa potso mane rona if re sa o fund kapa re sa o tsetse motho o tlo phela ka eng. So ke mane mo re ipatlela di-donation kapa di-fundera teng. Bothata ba bona re fumana di-fundera bothata ke di-site is more than 15 years re kopa ha masepala re batla di-site mara le even today ha re so fumane di-site. Tswetswe re kopa ha le lo ntsha di-site e ke le nkelle di-disabled centers hloohong le bona le kgone gore le ba kenyelletse di-siteng. E nngwe hape ya ka ya go qetela ha o ya tsuwa matlo o tla fumana ho ntso ho thwe ho kenwa mane di-centreng ho ntso tlo kopa di-list tsa matlo re tlo etsetsa bana matlo mara ha ona mohlang matlo a kileng a auwa a bana be re sebetsanang le bona ba disabled le teng ke sa tjho ke is more than 20 years di-list ntse di tsamaya. Ke a leboha Madam Speaker.
Ke lebohile haholo mme o kwetse hantle o ile direct to the point. Thank you very much. Re kwetse honorable speaker on tsamametse le di directives tse le mo fa tsona o tla tlo fana ka di remarks on everything, but of importance which I think o tla itla emphasize ke eo ne ya hore re establish the technical committee e tla e constitute ke office ya hae le hence ne kere we will get the guidance but we can even discuss it outside the meeting ya hore ke mang a tla lead process ya go identify batho from the sector ba tla ba mpata this team e tla itlang e sebetsana le report le other processes le for purpose of convener the next session, so that will be done le tla re guide ka mo. Honorable Speaker, ne kere o kana fana ka di remarks.
Somebody has the, okay. Thank you, Program Director. I'm going to try not to go through everything that has been raised. Maybe first I must start by saying I understand the anger and the frustration. When you feel like you've been talking, you are not heard. It happens, even with other sectors as well. It's understandable. This program is meant by the legislature. It's different sectors that we engage throughout the year. We engage the youth. By youth, in my own house. Is their day. But I needed to be there because I need to listen to them so that if we are going to take their issues forward, I must be able to know what I'm doing when I engage the executive, I must be there. I must listen to everything that is being said. So, ha ke tlo organizer hore o tle, o tlo buisana le nna a qeta wena hore o ntswele ka ntlo. So I understand those things happen. But the issues that have been raised are very important. Because sometimes we always say South Africa has good laws, South Africa has good policies, but people don't feel like the implementation is as good as the laws that we are having. I think that is where our weakness is. And at some point, somebody needs to close that gap. The first speaker, something I'm going to just pick out of what he said, Ntate Chabalala, was about not being involved. As far as public participation is concerned, I will take, because as the institution that is responsible for lawmaking, we do public participation. Although director public participation is not here because of other commitment, they overlap, and Tatem Mkhosi is responsible for the committees, and public participation is done by committees. So I think what we need to do, Tatem Mkhosi, is to sit down to say, at those targeted legislations, what is it that we can do, even if they are not targeted for that matter, because persons with disabilities are members of the communities. So we must be able to say, how do we make sure that we don't leave them behind as far as public participation is concerned? I think that is assignment that we must be able to take out, so that people don't feel like laws are being made just around them, and there is nothing that shows that we value you as part of the society and our community. So we have had that. And the other issue is the issue of employment. And I think this one, I will tie it up. Now I was put on the spot to say, tell us how many people you've appointed. The legislature has approximately 160. We don't have the full complement of our staff establishment because of the budgetary constraints. We don't have enough money. So as a result, we only have 160, and that includes the staff in the political offices. Out of that 160, we had about 6 people with disabilities. We are way above, because the 2% of 160 is three people. So we had 5, unfortunately. The other one passed on last year. And on the side of the members, we did have, you'd remember that we had Honorable Santan, and everybody knows him. Unfortunately, he passed this year as well. So in terms of the implementation of the targets, we are at 6%. But I cannot say, no, we have met the target, therefore we don't have to bother. I believe that we need to continue to consider everybody who qualifies, whether you are disabled or not. If you qualify to get into a post, why not? So I think that is also something that we are bringing on to ourselves to say we must think about it. And the issue of inclusion in the economy, it goes without saying. It goes without saying, although in the main, the government, because they are the ones who interact the most, even with the private sector, governance in its nature, it needs government to interact with the public sector, the private sector, and the civil society. So it is at that level that maybe we should just encourage to say, for example, Treasury. Somebody raised something to say Treasury must come and teach you on issues of budget. Maybe when they come, I will talk to the MEC Treasurer. When they come, they must also say what is the percentage in terms of their policy or the law that they have to say procurement, when procurement is given to the people. Horina percentage. The target, I get it about it. When it comes to youth, who go to 30%. So when it comes to people with disabilities, what is the percentage, and are they meeting that, or what is it that they are going to do to make sure that they do? We've noted the recommendations from DPSA. There is also another matter of the children. When you say it, it becomes a reality. Here is a child, they go to this special school, and then after the age of 18, there is nothing beyond that. It's one of those things that we are saying, these platforms are very important because you open our eyes, you open the eyes to many things that we might be ignoring. When I say we, as the legislature, it's our responsibility to raise it with a responsible MEC to say, but after the age of 18, when this child can no longer be doing that schooling, what will then happen to them? Well, if there is nothing that has been organized for them as adult people. And also the dyslexia, indeed, there was a stage, because I'm a teacher by profession, there was a stage where government wanted to do away with a special school. That is when inclusive education came up. But in reality, it is impossible that that could happen, because there are those children that no matter what you do, you will never put them in the mainstream. You've raised something because the policy by that time was saying, it was trying to say, now that we have outcomes-based education was saying, consider each individual learner in a classroom. Do not lecture like I'm lecturing right now. When we have presented a concept in a classroom, you must be able to go. That is why then the union by that time was fighting for lesser numbers in class, because for a teacher to be able to implement that, you need lesser numbers in class so that you can be able to pick up those children that are having the problem that we have just raised. So it is a debate that we should also take up with the MEC for education, because I know that is one person who is passionate about his job, and that is one person who listens. I do engage him. After going around and pick up matters, I went to Kwakwa at Cosmota the other day. When I got there, the toilets, it was pit toilets, they were a mess health-wise. But I just picked up a phone and say, Cosmota, the conditions of toilet is like this. And by now, if you could go there, those toilets have been fixed. So I'm trying to say he's one of those MECs that does listen. I will raise this matter with him so that we can then look policy-wise, because I know that the ratio right now in schools is sometimes 1:60. And there is no way that anything good will come out of one person teaching 60 learners per period. So those are the other challenges. And so goes for autism. Although for this one, you have a specific center that requires assistance. But I was asking myself, I heard the MEC talking about building autism school in the province. I think I need to go back to him, because I swear that he did say something about building that center that is going to assist those children. So those are the matters that when we have discovered that steering committee, because that is what we do, that committee of which I will propose that each organization must be represented in that committee, so that we can then be able to take forward those issues that have been raised. There's some, I will take them up myself and interact with the members of the executives, those that I think I can do that and have them resolved as soon as possible. There is a lot that has been raised. The issue of wheelchairs. When we have that steering committee, obviously the MEC for Health must be made to understand that there are children out there and people with disabilities who need wheelchairs. she's one of the people who will also listen. I have done it in the past to say, I'm in the community, here is a person, they need a wheelchair. She has always responded. Hakiba well like it. Mo baetang dintho tse haba mamelang. We need to say it. We need to say it. Okay, I have responded to the numbers that we have as the legislature. You know, Barnabas, the legislature has a committee called Petitions Committee, where a person has a specific complaint. Maybe you are not treated well somewhere, because I hear that people are not treated well somewhere in the departments. You can come and send a complaint to the legislature through the office of the secretary of the legislature. That committee, Petitions Committee, is very effective. When we make a program, a quarterly program of the legislature, that committee always have the slots, because they do deal with the complaints that come from the members of the public. So I'm inviting you to say, you must know it's one instrument that we have as the legislature, where there is a matter that you feel that you are not being treated well, that you want to bring to the attention of the legislature. And the issues of GBV cases, I hear you. I hear you that now here is this child. He's being molested, violated. But because there are problems in communication, and then the case goes like that, it goes back to the issue of the deaf interpreters. If we were to be just and fair, each government institution was supposed to have a person who can do that job. Each institution, including the legislature itself. So each person, each department, or each institution that services the members of the public is supposed to have that facility, or that person who is responsible for that. So those are the assignments, but not all of them, but I've just picked here and there that you are giving us to say, these are the issues that, because next year, nix that I'm going to report. It doesn't matter that it doesn't mean that we are only going to wait for this month. As and when we work, we must keep each other on board. There must be communication that says this is the matter that was raised, this is how we have dealt with this. If Iarishula will tell you to say, what are the other avenues that we can then explore to make sure that our people are taken or are treated with respect. That committee, you are going to champion that process, and then when it has been done, you put together all these matters that have been raised, and you are able to say to which department, what matter, which department, and maybe I prefer them to have the responsible person and then the time frames, so that we can be able to deal with those issues. And people must not think that when they come here that we are just doing a tick box. I don't like tick box. I never did. So when people come to this house, they must have hope that something will change. It might not be 100%, but when you come here and you have us listen to you, you must have that hope that something will change about what we have brought to us. I thank you.
Speaker, e ka ona le ntho e lebetseng. 6 year ya staff ne re kopa ba hlalosetse hore ha re ticky box di portfolio tsa bona. I think it's going to be important ba khona to understand, because normally batho ba appointwa e tla be nna bo di switchboard operator. So we just to see the seriousness of this matter. I get to wait serious me.
That we have Medicomang is the director, HR. We have Tate Sylvester, and Tate Sylvester is a manager. He works with Tate Mukhosi, legislation and oversight. And then we have Munapule. Munapule is the protocol officer. Tate Mukati is no more. He passed last year. And then we have Ntabiseng Ranzie. Ntabiseng Ranzie is working in the archives at the legislature. I thought I had the fifth person. Maybe I was also counting Tate Mukati. So those are our people. You can see that we are not just when we have to promote, we consider, as long as there is the experience that we need and there is capacity. Those are human beings. They must be considered for any available position. Thank you.
Ke a leboha speaker. Maganong nna ha ke tlo tsaba ke thabile mona. Ho ba le mfile mosebetsi jwale speaker ke nne jwale ke tlo lead steering committee. La utlwa le mfile mosebetsi jwale. No, it's not good. Okay, no re lebohile haholo. Pele re bitsa honorable member Mokoena o tla etsa vote of thanks hobane ha qeta o bua. Ha ona motho a buang. Nna ne kopa le kopele matsohle le sebitse mosebetsi o mona. The discipline ele showing your contribution, no matter how it came out, but really, you are passionate about what you want, then that steering committee, how na le something wrong next time I recopa le shupeng bona ka mono. Ke sure all of you le ready uta o sebetsa, re etseng difference maphelong a rona kaofela. Ka mantswe ano ke kopa ntate honorable member Mokoena a tlo le leboha, then ha qeta o bua re qetile. Re tlo tswang mone le ja breakfast teng o say lunch is prepared that way, and ke kopa o ya ka maemo a rona ha re lekeng hore re be le sebedisano mmoho. Mona le ba tla ba fang preference ba ba tla ka morao. Re lebohile ngaholo. Over to you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Director, for the responsibility. My work is very simple and brief. Mine is just to say thank you very much to everybody here. But let me start with you, Chairperson. When I looked at the program early this morning, I said to myself, but this is going to be a very long day. But the manner in which you conducted the business, one is very much thankful. And I believe that we are going to achieve. I also want to thank the Honorable Premier, Messi Fuba. Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry. Maybe you are going to be one day. Honorable Speaker, let me just indicate that the manner in which you opened the session earlier this morning was very inspiring to all of us. And we are thankful that you set the tone and you take the people of this province serious. Your speech showed a degree of intense research and commitment to your work. For that, we want to say thank you very much. I also want to say your second turn on the podium here to respond, it shows that you listened attentively the whole time, and that in you, we have a person that is going to take us forward. I also want to thank everybody present here from different sectors, or rather units falling under this sector of people with disabilities. I must indicate that the things in government go wrong when society sleeps. The fact that yourselves have taken up this opportunity to stand up and raise issues that are pertinent to yourselves, as legislature, we are in a good hands. I must also indicate that one of the functions of members of the legislature, those who are not in the executive, their function is really to hold the executive accountable. I must say, as a member of the legislature, that I'm looking forward to the completed report that will come and serve in the legislature, where we can then engage the members of the executive in terms of implementation of all these programs and requests that have been raised this today. And we are not going to shy away from our own responsibilities as members of the legislature to hold the executive accountable. I mean, that's what we are here for. And if need be, Honorable Speaker, we will visit some of these centers so that after seeing, we can come back and ask direct questions to affected MECs and say, a particular sector running short of this thing, what are you doing about that? We are thankful that even the issues of legislation have been raised in these discussions. We are going to focus on that and be rest assured, the province of the Free State legislature is going to take you serious, and we are taking you serious, and we are going to do our job. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, re tla nka protocol ya hore ebe wena le ntate Mokoena le re suthelang, then re tla followa. Ne re itse re tla fetsa ka 3 o'clock ka le sheba program ya lona. Ke 5 re safele 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, but that's what